In this lesson, we study the verb be. We will make sentences with the verb be. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. I am a teacher. I am happy. He is a student. He is sad. She is a student. She is busy, working or studying. It is a clock. It is round. They are students. They are busy. They are books. They are read. Repeat after me. First, I will speak. Then you will speak. Listen and repeat. I am a teacher. I am happy. Good. He is a student. He is sad. She is a student. She is busy. Good. It is a clock. It is round. They are students. They are busy. They are books. They are read. That's great. Notice, these are the forms of the verb be. Am, is, and are. Now, listen carefully. Listen to this passage about New York City. Passage means story. New York City is popular. New York City is a large city in the United States of America. It is an important city for business and finance. Wall Street is in New York City. It is the center for American finance. The New York Stock Exchange and the American Stock Exchange are there. They are popular tourist places. Listen again. I will read the passage again. Listen for the forms of the be verb, is and are. New York City is a large city in the United States of America. It is an important city for business and finance. Wall Street is in New York City. It is the center for American finance. The New York Stock Exchange and the American Stock Exchange are there. They are popular tourist places. Take a look at this. New York City, a large city in the United States of America. The correct form of the verb be is. That's right. It's easy. Now you will prepare to write the exercise in the study guide. So, pause the program, please look at the study guide, and do the exercise. Return to the program to check your answer afterwards. New York City is a large city in the United States of America. It is an important city for business and finance. Wall Street is in New York City. It is the center for American finance. The New York Stock Exchange and the American Stock Exchange are there. They are popular tourist places. That's great. I'll see you next time. Hello again. The focus of this lesson is pronouns and the 3 forms of the be verb, our favorite verb. First, these are the subject pronouns. I, he, she, it, we, you, they. Okay? And these are the 3 forms of the verb be. We know them from the first lesson. Am, is, are. Now, let's take a look at the pronouns with the verb forms. I am a teacher. I am here. We are students. We are here. Willie is a student. He is here. You are students. You are here. Helen is a student. She is here. They are students. They are here. It is a book. It is here. You are a student. You are here. Okay, now let's practice speaking. And I mean speaking. It's necessary that you speak aloud. We will use pronouns and the be verb, but remember, you must speak aloud. Good. I will say 2 words. For example, I and teacher. You will say the complete sentence with the be verb. I am a teacher. Okay? I will say he, student. You say he is a student. Great. Now let's try these. Say the sentences aloud. I, teacher. Yes, I am a teacher. He, student. He is a student. Great. She, student. She is a student. It, clock. It is a clock. That's great. They, teachers. They are teachers. We, friends. We are friends. Great. And you, friends. You are friends. Wonderful. Now look at the graphic once more. Notice that we use singular or plural, more than one, noun forms. Singular, one student. Plural, two students, 3, 4, 5 students. Singular, one book. Plural, 2, 3, 4 books. Singular, one banana. Plural, 3 bananas, 2 bananas. All right, it's time now to practice writing English sentences. You will need your study guide. You will need to write sentences using pronouns. Take a look at this. The teacher is busy. Write with a pronoun. He is busy. Okay? Look at this. Helen is happy. Write it with a pronoun. She is happy. Easy, right? Okay, now pause your program, look at the study guide, do the exercise, and then return here when you finish. All right, let's review. The teacher is busy. He is busy. Or she is busy. Good. Helen is happy. She is happy. Willie is sad. He is sad. The student is busy. He is busy or she is busy. The clock is round. It is round. The book is read. It is read. The books are read. They are read. The professors are busy. They are busy. That's excellent. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello. In this lesson, we will study contractions with pronouns and the verb be. When we speak, we often use contractions. Contractions make 2 words into one. Let's look at some contractions. I am becomes I'm. You are becomes you're. He is becomes he's. She is she's. It is it's. We are becomes we're. They are becomes they're. Short, sweet. Here are some examples. I am a teacher. I'm a teacher. It is a pencil. It's a pencil. You are a student. You're a student. We are friends. We're friends. He is a dentist. He's a dentist. They are tourists. They're tourists. And she is a doctor. She's a doctor. Okay, very common in speech. Let's try to say sentences with contractions now. I'll say the sentence, he is a student, and you make the contraction. He's a student, exactly like that. Okay? You make the contraction. I say, they are doctors. You say, they're doctors. Perfect. Okay? Let's try these. He is a student. He's a student. That's perfect. They are doctors. They're doctors. Good. He is a student. He's a student. I am a professor. I'm a professor. Great. They are doctors. They're doctors. We are friends. We're friends. Very good. They are teachers. They're teachers. It is a pencil. It's a pencil. He is a tourist. He's a tourist. That's very good. Great. Now, in this exercise, you must write the contraction. For example, you will see I am a doctor, and you'll write the contracted form, I'm a doctor. Very easy stuff. Now, pause your program, look at the study guide, and please do the exercise. Come back here when you finish. Let's review that exercise. I am a doctor. You wrote, I'm a doctor. You are a teacher. You're a teacher. He is a tourist. He's a tourist. She is a dentist. You wrote, she's a dentist. It is a clock. It's a clock. We are professors. We're professors. You are students. You're students. They are tourists. And you wrote, they're tourists. That's very good. I'll see you next time. Hi. In this lesson, we will study negative sentences with the verb be. Negative sentences use the word not. Not means no, negative. Look at this. Affirmative, I am in New York City. Negative, I am not in Paris. Okay, we can compare some affirmative statements with negative statements. Look at these. She is a woman. She is not a man. She is not a girl. She is not a boy. And he is a man. He is not a woman. He is not a boy. He is not a girl. And here are some more affirmative and negative statements. I am a teacher. I am not a president. You are a student. You are not a professor. It is a watch. It is not a pen. You are violinists. You are not conductors. They are secretaries. They are not biologists. Now let's practice speaking. Now remember, when I say speaking, I mean speak aloud. It's very important practice. I will say, for example, they are secretaries, and you say negative. They are not violinists. They are not biologists. Okay? Let's try this. They are secretaries. Good. They are not dentists. They are not presidents. That's perfect. Here's another one. He is a dentist. He's not a teacher. He's not a student. Okay? We are students. We are not teachers. Perfect. She is a professor. She is not a violinist. Okay? You are conductors. You are not doctors. She is a tourist. She is not a student. We are tourists. We are not dentists. That's great. Okay, now, we're going to do an exercise, and in the exercise, you will actually write complete negative statements. It's quite easy. You will see, I am a professor, and you will write, negative, I am not a president. I am not a dentist. Okay? Now, pause the program, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. Remember when you're finished to come right back here. Now let's review the exercise. I am a professor. I am not a president. I am not a doctor. That's great. Lots of possibilities. You are a doctor becomes, you are not a secretary. Perfect. We are friends. We are not enemies. They are biologists. They are not conductors. Very good. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello. In this lesson, we will combine contractions and negative statements with the verb be. Look at these negative contractions. I am not becomes I'm not. You are not becomes you're not, and it becomes you aren't. Got it? You're not or you aren't. He is not becomes he's not or he isn't. She is not. She's not. She isn't. It is not. It's not. It isn't. We are not. We're not. We aren't. And they are not. They're not. They aren't. Two forms for most of those. Here are some more examples. I am an instructor. I'm not a pupil. I'm not a student. You are a pupil. You're not an instructor. Or you aren't an instructor. You're not an instructor. You aren't an instructor. He is a dentist. He's not an instructor. Or he isn't an instructor. She is a president. She's not a violinist. She isn't a violinist. It is a pencil. It's not a marker. It's not a pen. It isn't a marker. And we are friends. We're not biologists. We aren't biologists. That's good. Let's do a little practice now. There are two negatives you have to consider when you're making contractions. I say two words, she, conductor. And you make the negative sentence, she is not a conductor. Or, contracted, she's not a conductor. She isn't a conductor. Got it? Let me try it one more time. You make a negative sentence. So I say, she, conductor, she is not a conductor. She's not a conductor. She isn't a conductor. Okay? Let's try some. She, conductor. She is not a conductor. Contracted forms. She's not a conductor. She isn't a conductor. That's great. You, teacher. You are not a teacher. Or, you're not a teacher. Or, you aren't a teacher. Perfect. We, enemies. We are not enemies. We're not enemies. We aren't enemies. It, pen. It is not a pen. Contracted forms. It's not a pen. It isn't a pen, yeah. He, pupil. He is not a pupil. He's not a pupil. He isn't a pupil. They, students. They are not students. They're not students. They aren't students. And I, violinist, I am not a violinist. I'm not a violinist. That's great. Now let's prepare to do an exercise in the study guide. In this exercise, we combine contractions and negative statements. And you'll complete the negative statements with contractions. For example, I am a professor becomes I'm not a president, or I'm not a doctor, or I'm not a student. Not so tough, right? Okay. Now pause the program, look at the study guide, and please complete the exercise. Remember, when you finish, come right back here. All right, let's review. I am a professor. You wrote, I'm not a president, I'm not a doctor. Good. You are a doctor. You wrote, you're not a secretary, or you aren't a secretary. Good, also. We are friends. Possibilities. We're not enemies. We aren't enemies. We aren't students, etc., etc. They are biologists. They're not conductors. And another form, they aren't conductors. That's very nice. Okay, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello again. This lesson focuses on the word in. We use in with be verbs to show location or to show place. Look at this illustration. Be with the preposition in equals location or place. Los Angeles is in America. The books are in the room. The students are in the classroom. Okay, here are some more sentences showing place. Los Angeles is in the United States. Tokyo is in Japan. Cairo is in Egypt. Paris is in France. London is in England. The books are in the room. The students are in the classroom. Wall Street is in New York City. Let's practice some sentences now for location. You must make the sentences. Listen carefully. I say, in America. You make the sentence with in. Los Angeles is in America. Okay? Or New York City is in America. In Egypt. Cairo. Yeah, Cairo is in Egypt. Or Alexandria is in Egypt. Alexandria is in Egypt. Got it? Okay, let's try these. In America, easy. New York City is in America. Los Angeles. In Japan, yes, Tokyo is in Japan. Osaka is in Japan. Good. In France, Paris is in France. In England, London is in England. That's good, thank you. In the room, the student is in the room, the book is in the room, the computer is in the room. That's it, exactly. In the classroom, the students are in the classroom, the teacher is in the classroom. Good. All right, now for this exercise, you will write sentences using in expressions to show place. For example, in America, you can write, Los Angeles is in America. Or you can write, New York City is in America. That's quite easy, right? Okay, now pause the program, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. Return here, and we'll review it. So let's review that in exercise. In America, you wrote, Los Angeles is in America, or New York City is in America. In France, Paris is in France. In Egypt, Cairo is in Egypt. In England, London is in England. In Japan, Tokyo is in Japan. In the room, the book is in the room. Lots of possibilities. Computer, pen, the pencil is in the room. Good. In the classroom, the students are in the classroom. The teacher is in the classroom. Good. In New York City, Wall Street is in New York City. The New York Stock Exchange is in New York City. That's great. Very good. I'll see you next time. Hello again. In this lesson, we will study adjectives, words which describe colors, for example, red or blue, qualities, big, tall. Adjectives with the verb be. Now remember, adjectives follow the verb and describe the subject. Look at these sentences. Willie is tall. The book is red. Remember, in English, there are no plurals for adjectives. Willie is tall. The children are tall. No change. Okay? Let's take a look at these sentences. The man is tall. A fire truck is red. The boy is short. An apple is red. She's happy. An egg is white. He's unhappy. Not happy. We are busy. The pen is expensive. They are lazy. The pencil is inexpensive, not expensive. The boy and the girl are fine. Okay. Now let's try to use some of these adjectives in our own sentences. I'll say the noun, for example, the apple. And you say the sentence with the adjective, For example, the apple is red, is green. Not so hard. Okay, here we go. The apple is red. The apple is large. A fire truck is red. Yes. A city is big. A city is large. A city is broad. That's good. A village is small. A village is little. That's good. They are happy. They are busy. They are lazy. Good. The student is happy. She is busy. The clock is round. The clock is white. Good. New York City is large. That's good. An ambulance is white. Great. That's just perfect. Now let's try an exercise. In the exercise, you will write sentences using the adjectives we've already looked at. For example, you'll see expensive, the adjective, and you write, the watch is expensive, the computer is expensive. It should be very interesting. So now pause the program, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. When you're finished, come right back here. All right, let's review. Expensive and watch, you wrote, the watch is expensive, the automobile is expensive, the professor is busy, the students are busy, the clock is round, she is unhappy, the book is red, the apple is red, the egg is white, the ambulance is white, the pencil is inexpensive, the student is tall. Great. See you next time. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will study the articles a and an with singular nouns. First, look at these articles. We use a and an only for singular nouns. The articles a and an mean singular, one only. An is used before vowels. A, E, I, O, and U. Let's take a look. Here are the singular. A fire truck is red. An ambulance is white. An before vowels. An ambulance is white. A banana is yellow. An apple is red. And before vowels. A is a vowel. Okay? And the plurals, fire trucks are red. No articles. Ambulances are white. Bananas are yellow. Apples are red. Okay? Now, let's take a look at some of the use of a, the article. A pencil is small. A small pencil is not a pen. A pen is small. A pen is not a president. A, single. Now, pencils and pens are small. No articles. Pencils aren't pens. No articles, plural. Cars are expensive. Large cars are expensive. Plurals. Okay? Let's test your understanding. Make these two words, a noun and an adjective, into a sentence. Use a or an or nothing for plurals. Tricky, but you can do it. Pen, small. A pen is small. Exactly. A pen, singular. Students, busy. Students are busy. Nothing for plurals, right? Good. Car, expensive. A car is expensive. Tourist, happy. A tourist is happy. That's perfect. One more. Cars, expensive. Cars are expensive. Nothing. Very good. All right, now let's try an exercise. In this exercise, you will write some sentences with nouns and adjectives, but you must decide to use a or an or no article. Okay, so you will see apple red, and you will write an apple is red. An apple is red. Got it? Okay. Now, put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. When you finish, return here. Okay, let's review. Apple, red. You wrote, an apple is red. Cars, large. You wrote, cars are large. A tourist is happy. An ambulance is white. Good job. Hello. In this lesson, we'll look at from with city or country to show origin. Take a look at this graphic. From for city, country of origin. We use from when we speak about origin, place of origin, home country, motherland. I'm from New York. She's from Canada. Okay, now let's look at these sentences. I'm from the United States of America. I'm from America. The doctor's from Thailand. He's from Colombia. She's from Vietnam. They're from Korea, or they are from Korea. Remember, contractions are usually just fine for speech. When we write for school or business, we usually use the long form. Okay, let's practice speaking. We'll use from in be verb sentences. I'll say the pronoun I, you, he, etc. And you say the complete sentence with the be verb and from. So, for example, I, and you complete, I am from Thailand. I am from Korea. Or, I'm from Thailand. I'm from Korea. Yeah? Let's try these. I am from Thailand. Good. He's from France. Okay. I'm from New York City. Good. They are from China. Great. We are from Thailand. The student is from Bangladesh. Okay? Maria is from El Salvador. You are from Shanghai. The professor is from Brazil. She is from Mexico City. Willie is from New York. Maria and Helen are from Sweden, or they are from Sweden. That's great. All right, now let's try an exercise. In the exercise, you will complete sentences and use from with a be verb. You can use your from expressions. So you will see I, Korea, and you will write I am from Korea, or I am from Thailand. Quite simple, okay? Now, pause the program, look at the study guide, and do the exercise. Come back here when you are completely finished. All right, let's review the exercise. I'm from the United States, or I'm from Thailand. Professor Hill is from China. Maria and Helen are from Sweden, Thailand, Korea. The violinist is from Los Angeles. We are from Colombia. You are from Vietnam. They are from Korea. The instructors are from New York City. That's good. I'll see you next time. Hello again. In this lesson, we'll study questions and answers with the verb be. Listen carefully to this passage. Remember, a passage is a story. Listen carefully. San Francisco. Maria is from San Francisco. San Francisco is in the state of California. It is a beautiful city. It is a peninsula. The Pacific Ocean is on the west, and the San Francisco Bay is on the east. San Francisco is near another large city. It is Oakland. Both San Francisco and Oakland are cities on San Francisco Bay. Now, before we begin our practice, I want to read this passage one more time and listen carefully. San Francisco. Maria is from San Francisco. San Francisco is in the state of California. It is a beautiful city. It is a peninsula. The Pacific Ocean is on the west, and the San Francisco Bay is on the east. San Francisco is near another large city. It is Oakland. Both San Francisco and Oakland are cities on San Francisco Bay. Okay, we have the information. Now, take a look at this graphic and we'll learn how to make be verb questions. For be verbs, we make the question form like this. Here's a statement. Maria is from San Francisco. And the question, Is Maria from San Francisco? It's quite easy, huh? Let's look at a few more question constructions. David is from New York. Question, is David from New York? Maria is from San Francisco. Is Maria from San Francisco? You are from Paris. Are you from Paris? She is from Tehran. Question, is she from Tehran? Peter is from Dakar, Senegal. Is Peter from Dakar? Is he from Dakar? They are from Beijing. Are they from Beijing? Very simple question construction. Okay, now we will practice making and saying. Remember, it's very important to repeat and speak aloud. We'll make and we'll say question forms. For example, you will hear from New York, and you make a question, is David from New York? Is he from New York? Is she from New York? Perfect. Let's try a few. From New York. Good. Is David from New York? Is she from New York? From San Francisco. Right from the passage. Is Maria from San Francisco? Okay. From Paris? Is Professor Hill from Paris? Are they from Paris? From Tehran? Is he from Tehran? From Dakar? Are the students from Dakar? From Beijing? Are they from Beijing? That's just perfect. And now let's try an exercise. This exercise requires you to write complete questions. Use the statements, but write them as questions. For example, David is from New York. Question, is David from New York? Quite easy. Good. Now, put the program on pause, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. Return here, and we'll review it. Back again, let's review the exercise. David is from New York. You wrote, is David from New York? Maria is from San Francisco. You wrote, is Maria from San Francisco? You are from Paris. Are you from Paris? She's from Tehran. Is she from Tehran? Maria's from Dakar. Is Maria from Dakar? They're from Beijing. Are they from Beijing? That's great. And I look forward to seeing you in the next lesson. Hi, welcome. In this lesson, we will make short answers and contractions for be verb questions. Look at these questions and answers. Be verb questions and short answers. Is San Francisco in California? Yes, it is. Are San Francisco and Oakland in Texas? No, they are not. Or, no, they're not. Or, no, they aren't. All right. Let's look at a few additional questions and answers. Is Maria from San Francisco? Yes, she is. Is San Francisco in California? Yes, it is. Is it a peninsula? Yes, it is. Are San Francisco and Oakland cities? Yes, they are. Now notice, each answer uses a pronoun. Yes, she. Yes, it. Yes, they. Is Maria from Venezuela? No, she is not. Or, no, she's not. Or, no, she isn't. Each negative answer has three possible forms. Regular form, no, she is not, and the contracted form, no, she's not, no, she isn't. Okay, let's try a few short answers. For example, I will make the question, is Maria from Paris? And you make three negative answers. No, she is not. No, she's not. No, she isn't. A long form and two contractions. Okay? Let's try it now. Is Maria from Paris? No, she is not. No, she's not. No, she isn't. Great. Is San Francisco in New York? No, it is not. No, it's not. No, it isn't. Great. Is it a state? No, it is not. No, it's not. No, it isn't. Are San Francisco and Oakland in Texas? No, they are not. No, they're not. No, they aren't. That's nice. Now, here's a quick summary of the short answer contractions. Contractions are not used with affirmative answers. Yes, I am. Yes, they are. That's it. Contractions are used with negative answers. Long form, no, I am not. Contractions, no, I'm not. Or no, they're not. Or no, they aren't. Okay, it's time for an exercise. In this exercise, write the answers to the questions using long form and contracted answers. For example, is San Francisco in California? Yes, it is. Is Maria from Texas? No, she is not. No, she's not. No, she isn't. Okay? Not too bad. Now, pause the program, look at the study guide, and please do the exercise. Return here afterwards. Let's look at your work from the exercise. Is San Francisco in California? You wrote, yes, it is. Is Maria from Texas? You wrote, no, she is not. And then, no, she's not. No, she isn't. Good. Is San Francisco a peninsula? Yes, it is. Are San Francisco and Oakland cities? Yes, they are. Is Wall Street in Mexico? No, it is not. And no, it's not. And no, it isn't. Okay, good. Are Helen and David in Hollywood? No, they are not. No, they're not. No, they aren't. That's good. I'll see you next time. Hi there. In this lesson, we're going to focus on long answers for be verb questions. Take a look at the graphic. We often use long answers to be specific. For a singular you, are you from Mexico? Answer, no, I'm not from Mexico. or no, I am not from Mexico. Positive? Yes, I'm from Mexico. Yes, I am from Mexico. Okay? Now, plural you. Are you from India? Are you all from India? No, we aren't from India. Or yes, we are from India. Okay? Let's try some more of these. You, singular, one person. Are you from Paris? Yes, I'm from Paris. Or no, I'm not from Paris. Are you from Baghdad? No, I'm not from Baghdad. Are you from Tel Aviv? Yes, I'm from Tel Aviv. Now listen again. This time, you, plural, 2 or 3, you all. Are you from Tokyo? No, we aren't from Tokyo. Are you from Germany? No, we're not from Germany. Are you from London? Yes, we are from London, or we're from London. All right? 2 possibilities because there are 2 yous. A single you and a many you. Let's try a practice. I'll make the question, and you make the long answer. You choose yes, no, affirmative, or negative. You are the boss. All right, now let's try a few. David, are you from Chicago? Yes, I'm from Chicago. Or no, I'm not from Chicago. Are you all from India? No, we aren't from India. Helen, are you from Istanbul? Yes, I'm from Istanbul. Are you all from Hong Kong? No, we're not from Hong Kong. Tina, are you from St. Petersburg? Yes, I'm from St. Petersburg. Or no, I'm not from St. Petersburg. Pierre, are you from France? Yes, I'm from France. Good. Let's try a couple of exercises now. And in this exercise, you will write both the long and the short answer to the question. For example, is San Francisco a peninsula? You write, yes, San Francisco is a peninsula. Short answer, yes it is. All right? That's quite easy. Now, pause the program, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. Return here when you're finished. Let's review the exercise. Is San Francisco a peninsula? You wrote, yes, long answer. San Francisco is a peninsula. Short answer, yes it is. Is Los Angeles a city? Yes, Los Angeles is a city. Yes, it is. Is Paris an island? No, Paris is not an island. No, it isn't. Is New York City a state? No, New York City isn't a state. No, it isn't. Is London a city? Long answer, yes, London is a city. Yes, it is. Is Paris in Mexico? No, Paris isn't in Mexico. Short answer, no, it's not. That's great. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello again. In this lesson, we will look at demonstrative pronouns. Demonstrative pronouns are pronouns that show or demonstrate. Take a look at this diagram. A diagram is a picture. The pronouns, this and these, are used for near items, objects near the speaker. The pronouns that and those, they're used for objects far from the speaker. This and that, singular. These and those, plural. Got it? Good. Okay, now let's try to work through some of these demonstrative pronouns. And at the same time, I'll introduce some new words. This is a book. These are books. This is an envelope. These are envelopes. This is a mailing label. These are mailing labels. That is a stapler. Those are staples. And those are file folders. That is a calculator. And this is a cell phone. This is a paper clip. Those are paper clips. All right? Good. Now let's do a practice with these demonstrative pronouns. You're going to make the sentences. Here we go. This is a book. Good. These are books. Perfect. This is an envelope. These are envelopes. Very good. This is a mailing label. These are mailing labels. Perfect. This is a cell phone. Those are file folders. Great. That's a stapler. That's a calculator. Great. Those are envelopes. Those are staples. That's great. All right, and now for this exercise, I'd like you to write short sentences using this, that, these, and those, but you must pay attention to the words near and far. For example, under near, using the word staple, you will write, this is a staple, near this. Under far, using the word calculator, you will write, that is a calculator, that for far. Okay? Great. Now, pause your program, look at the study guide, and please do the exercise. Return here and we'll review it. All right, let's review this exercise. We'll use the near objects first. Staple, this is a staple. Books, these are books. Mailing labels, these are mailing labels. Book, this is a book. Envelope, this is an envelope. Now the far objects. Calculator, that is a calculator. Stapler, that is a stapler. File folders, those are file folders. Staples, those are staples. That's perfect. I look forward to seeing you next time. Hello again. In this lesson, we study question words. 3 WH question words. Look at these examples. Who? Who are they? They are Maya and Tomas. What? What is today? Today is Tuesday. Where? Where is Professor Chung? He is in the classroom. Okay. Now, look at these question words in their contracted forms. They form regular be-verb contractions. Look at this. Who are they? They're Professor and Mrs. Chung. Who's your friend? He's Ivan. What's the date? It's June 27th. Where's the party? It's at the Lido. Remember, we usually don't write the contractions, but we always say them. All right, now let's try this practice. Try to make some WH questions after me. I will say the statement, the sentence. You will make the question, okay? It's June 27th. What's the date, or what is the date? They are Maria and David. Who are they? The party is at the Lido. Where's the party? You got it? Okay, let's try some. It's June 27th. What's the date? Good. Or what is the date? They are Maria and David. Who are they? The party is at the Lido. Where's the party? Good. They are Professor and Mrs. Chung. Who are they? Today is Saturday. What is today? Today is Sunday. What is today? Good. He is Robert. Who is he? Good. The party is in the restaurant. Where is the party? The party is next door. Where's the party? She is Masayo. Who's she? Ivan is in the classroom. Who's in the classroom? Or, where is Ivan? Great. It's July 6th. What's the date? They are Helen and Willie. Who are they? That's great. Now, take a look at this. Here's a summary of these WH question words so far. Who is for people. What is for things or for ideas. And where for place and location. Okay. Now remember the question word signals for this next exercise. In this exercise, you'll practice writing answers to who, what, and where questions. For example, you will see, who's your favorite actor? And you will write, my favorite actor is Tom Cruise. Okay? So pause your program, look at the study guide, and please complete the exercise. All right, let's review. Who's your favorite actor? My favorite actor is Tom Cruise. What's your occupation or job? I'm a professor. Where are Willie and Helen? They are in the classroom, they're in the room, etc. Many possibilities. Who's your best friend? My best friend is Maria. What's the date? It's the 27th of June. Who's your teacher? My teacher is Professor Chung. Where are Ivan and Masayo? They're in the restaurant. Where are you from? I'm from Ukraine. That's great. And I'll see you next time. Hello. The focus of this lesson is vocabulary, and specifically the vocabulary of time. It includes numbers, clock time, days of the week, and days of the month. Very important stuff. Let's begin with the numbers. You probably know these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And the ordinal numbers, or the ordinals. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th, and 12th. Notice the ordinals look a little like their words. First, st. Second, nd. Third, erd. Fourth, th. Okay. Now, let's work with some what questions and put the answers together with numbers and time expressions. I'll show you what I mean. What's your address? My address is 125 Main Street. What's the date? The date is the 2nd of June or the 4th of March. Another way to say the date is June 2nd or March 4th. What's the price? It's $25. What's the time? It's 3 o'clock. What time is it? It's 3 o'clock. What's the day? It's Monday. Or what day is it? It's Tuesday. And what's today? Today's Sunday. Not bad, huh? All right, so let's practice these. Let's try saying some answers with the numbers and time expressions. For example, I'll say the question, what's your address? And you make the answer. My address is 2 Main Street, 7 Elm Street. You tell me. Okay? Let's try these. What's your address? My address is 27 Harrow Street. Good. What's the date? The date is June 4th. Or remember, the 4th of June. Good. What's the price? The price is $120. What's the time? It's 3 o'clock. What time is it? It's 3:10. What's the day? It's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. What day is it? It's Saturday. And what's today? Today is Saturday. That's great. Here's another question you should know and a few time expressions. What are the days of the week? And the answer is very important. The days of the week are Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Good. And a final important question. What are the months of the year? And the answer, the months of the year are January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and December. Okay. Now let's try an exercise. This time we'll have an opportunity to write the answers to some of these WH questions. You will see the question, what's the 4th month of the year? And you will write the answer. The 4th month of the year is April. Okay. Now, pause the program, look at the study guide, and please do the exercise. Come right back here when you're finished. All right, let's review that exercise. You saw, what's the 4th month of the year? Question. And you wrote, The fourth month of the year is April. What's your address? You wrote, my address is 12 Main Street. What's the price? And you wrote, it is $20. What's the time? It's 3 o'clock. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock. What's the day? It's Monday. What day is it? It's Thursday. What's today? Today's Saturday. That's great. Good job. I'll see you next time. Hi there. The focus of this lesson is other verbs. We call them other verbs because they are not be verbs. Look at the forms of the other verbs. We use the base form, for example, live, and we use the S form, for example, lives, in affirmative statements. So they live in Moscow, or he lives in Moscow. Okay? Now we have seen the two forms. Let's look at additional verbs in the affirmative sentences. Remember, these are other verbs, other than be. Live, I live in Veracruz. He lives in Singapore. Like, I like New York. It's fun. He likes Rome. It's also fun. Go, I go to Chicago in the summer. He goes to Berlin. Now, go is a special verb. I'll get back to that. Visit. I visit France each year. She visits Latvia. Begin. I begin work at 8 o'clock. She begins at 6. Use. I use a ballpoint pen. She uses a roller ball pen. Notice the two forms, the base form and the S form. Okay, now I want you to listen carefully. I'm going to read a passage which contains some of these verbs. Of course, you've got to listen carefully. Here we go. The baseball couple. Mr. Dalton lives in New York City. He likes the city very much. He often goes to the theater and the museums. He also likes baseball games. Miss Robinson lives in Los Angeles. She likes the ocean and the beaches. She often goes to New York, and she usually visits Mr. Dalton. She likes baseball too, so they often go to baseball games together. All right. Now, I'm going to read the passage once more, and this time you read it with me. Remember, the more you practice aloud, the better we're going to do. Here we go. The baseball couple. Mr. Dalton lives in New York City. He likes the city very much. He often goes to the theater and the museums. He also likes baseball games. Miss Robinson lives in Los Angeles. She likes the ocean and the beaches. She often goes to New York, and she usually visits Mr. Dalton. She likes baseball too. So they often go to baseball games together. All right, that's good. Now, we can practice saying sentences with all of these new verbs. Try to remember the information in the passage. For example, I say, live, Mr. Dalton, and then you say, Mr. Dalton lives in New York City. All right? Let's practice that. Live, Mr. Dalton. Good. Mr. Dalton lives in New York City. That's great. Like, he. Okay, you said he likes the city very much, or he likes New York very much. Go, he. He often goes to the theater and museums. Like, he. He also likes baseball games, right. Live, Miss Robinson. Miss Robinson lives in Los Angeles, that's right. Visit, she. She usually visits Mr. Dalton. Good. Like, she. She likes baseball too. Yes. And go, they. They often go to baseball games together. That's fantastic. Okay, let's try an exercise. It will give you a chance to write these sentences. You will see, live, and you will write, just as in the passage, Mr. Dalton lives in New York City. Got it? So put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. Come back here afterwards. Okay, let's review the baseball couple. You saw live, and you wrote, Mr. Dalton lives in New York City. Like, he likes the city very much. Go, remember, go is a special verb. He often goes to the theater and the museum. Like, he also likes baseball games. Live, Miss Robinson lives in Los Angeles. Like, she likes the ocean and the beaches. Go, she often goes to New York. Visit, and she usually visits Mr. Dalton. Like, she likes baseball too. And go, so they often go to the baseball games together. Good job. See you next time. Hello. This lesson deals with other verbs and some new verbs and some irregular verbs. You remember the base forms and the S forms from previous lessons. Take a look at this. Base form like becomes S form likes. Visit, base form, visits, S form. Now, irregular verbs have the base form, has, S form. Go, base form, goes, S form. Now you know why go is a special verb. It's an irregular verb. And do is an irregular verb. S form is does, D-O-E-S, pronounced does. All right, so we use the base form of the verb with I, you, we, they, the students. So I go to New York, you go to New York, we go to New York, they go to New York, the students go to New York. And we use the S form for he, she, it, and the airplane, the 747, whatever. So he goes to New York, she goes to New York, it goes to New York, the airplane goes to New York. Okay. Note also, the verb go is followed by to, T-O. So go is very special. All right, let's try practice. We'll practice some of these sentences, but remember, during these practices, you've got to speak aloud, okay? Look at this example. I say, I visit. And you make the sentence. I visit Mr. Dalton. I visit Miss, yeah, okay, you get the picture. All right, let's try some. I visit Mr. Dalton. We go, good, we go to Los Angeles. They like the ocean and the beaches. We live in India, okay? You visit Miss Robinson. I live in Paris. They go to the baseball games. And then we have he go. Yeah, he goes to the baseball games. And she goes to the restaurant. And it, the 747, it goes to New York. That's great. All right. And now we have an exercise. And the exercise will provide an opportunity for you to write some of these sentences also, using the same verbs, of course. You will see, live, Mr. Dalton, in New York City, and you will write, Mr. Dalton lives in New York City. Easy, huh? Okay. Put the program on pause and look at the study guide. And please do the exercise. Return here when you're finished. All right, let's review. Live, Mr. Dalton. You wrote, Mr. Dalton lives in New York City. Visit, I visit Professor Chung, or I visit New York City. Go, we go to Shanghai each year. Like, they like the theaters and museums. Live, he lives in Moscow, okay? Visit, she visits me on New Year's. Live, we live in Paris. Go, they go to London for the theater. That's fine. I'll see you next time. Back again. Hello. This lesson focuses upon new verbs and some verb spelling hints. Hints are ideas. Take a look at this. Listen to. The students listen to Professor Simona. Study. They study English. Read. The teacher reads passages to the students. Answer. The teacher answers questions. Teach. The professor teaches computer science. Write. Professor Simona writes on the blackboard. Draw. He draws pictures on the board also. Speak. She speaks slowly. Do. The students do homework for the course. Okay, these are very common verbs. You've heard me say some of them before. Please learn them before going to the next lesson, and always use your dictionaries when you do your lessons. Okay? All right, let's practice these verbs and sentences from the graphic. I'll say the verb, and you make the sentence. Listen to. Okay, the students listen to Professor Simona. Study. Good, they study English. Read. The teacher reads passages to the students. Answer. The teacher answers the questions. Teach. The professor teaches computer science. Okay, good. Write. Professor Simona writes on the blackboard. Draw. Professor Simona draws on the blackboard. Speak. She speaks slowly. Do. The students do homework for the course. Okay, that's great. I promised you some spelling hints for English verbs. And here they are. Look at the diagram. In most cases, the S form only requires an S. That's how it's got the name, right? Like becomes likes. She likes New York. Verbs which end with S, or SH, or CH, or X, or Z, they need ES for the form. So kiss ends in an S, becomes kisses. Wash becomes washes. Watch becomes watches. Mix becomes mixes. Quiz becomes quizzes. And then when the word ends in a consonant, plus Y, we change the Y to I and add ES. So you can see, study ends in a Y, change it to an I, and add an ES. Studies. Willie studies English. Marry, also, ends with a Y. Let's change it to an I, add an ES, and that becomes marries. The groom marries the bride. Okay? There you have it. All right, let's try an exercise. In this exercise, you must complete the sentence by writing the correct form of the verb. Pretty easy. You'll see a verb, listen, and the sentence, the teacher blank to the student. You put the correct form of the verb in the blank, listens, and you have the teacher listens to the student. Very easy stuff, right? So, put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. Then come back here and we'll review it. Let's review that exercise with all those verbs. You saw the verb, listen, and the sentence, the teacher, blank to the student. And you wrote, the teacher listens to the student. Good. Then, Willie studies the English language. He reads English every day. Professor Simona answers the students' questions. He usually teaches basic English. He often writes on the blackboard. The students sometimes draw on the blackboard. The teacher and the students speak in the classroom. Most students do their homework. Helen has 2 pencils and a pen. She often uses her pen in class. And the students practice English every day. That's a good job. Hi there. In this lesson, we're going to compare be verbs and other verbs. Compare means to look at 2 things. And we'll begin to study prepositions. Okay. Compare be and other verbs in this diagram. The be verb, I'm a teacher. Other verb, I teach English. You're a student. You speak French. She's from Colombia. She writes letters to Colombia. He's a friend. He studies English every day. We're busy. We have work to do. They're immigrants. They come from South America. Be verbs and other verbs. Okay, let's review the spelling of these other verbs because it makes a big difference. Make sure you notice the S forms. She teaches English in Japan. The driver speaks Korean. He studies English in the evenings. The instructor has a lot of work to do. He comes from Argentina. So we have ES, teaches, S, speaks, IES, studies, has as an irregular verb, and of course the regular S form. Okay, let's practice some of these now. In this practice, I would like you to make full sentences and, of course, say them aloud. We will use be and other verbs. I will say the sentence without the verb. For example, I, teacher. And you will say the sentence with the verb. I am a teacher. Be verb, right? Another one. I, English. I study English. Another verb, right? Okay. You can refer to the graphic for these verbs. Let's try it. Here we go. I, teacher. I am a teacher. That's good. I, English. I teach English. Good. You, student. You are a student. Okay? You, French. You speak French. Very good. She, from Colombia. Yeah, sure. She's from Colombia. She, letter to Colombia. She writes a letter to Colombia. That's great. He, friend. He's a friend, okay. He, English every day. He studies English every day. Perfect. We, busy. We're busy. We, work to do. Yes, we have work to do. They, immigrants. They're immigrants, okay. They, from South America. They come from South America. Very good. Let's try an exercise. In this exercise, you will use be and other verbs just as you did in the practice. Of course, you must use the proper form. And for example, you will see this. You will see be, and you will see the sentence, Professor Simona blank in the classroom. The exercise is easy. You will complete the sentence by writing the correct form of the verb be or the appropriate verb. Shall we try it? Good. Now pause your program, look at the study guide, and please do the exercise. Let's review. You saw be and Professor Simona blank in the classroom now, and you wrote Professor Simona is in the classroom now. Great. Helen and Willie speak English well. They listen to the lessons very carefully. Professor Chung does the lessons on the blackboard. Yvonne often studies at the library. The students practice the English lessons at night. Masayo watches TV every morning. Mrs. Hill kisses her children every night. The teacher teaches English grammar. The children draw pictures in their rooms. Ms. Robinson likes New York City and baseball games. Very good. Hello again. In this lesson, we will study prepositions in English. And prepositions, you should remember, always indicate position or location. Now, I'm going to show you a picture, and then I'll show you the positions or locations these prepositions are used for. Over, above, on, upon, in, within, far from, close to, near, by, next to, beside, at, from, to, into, under, and beneath. Lots of positions, right? Okay. Now, let's make some sentences using prepositions and the verb be. Here's an example. I'll say over, and you make the sentence, the pencil is over the desk. I'll say on, you make the sentence, the pencil is on the desk. Okay? Let's try a few of these, just for practice. Over, the pencil is over the desk. Good. On, the pencil's on the desk. Above, the pencil's above the desk. Beside, the pencil's beside the desk. Under, the pencil's under the desk, that's good. Within, yes, the pencil is within the desk and hidden. That's great. All right, notice where I'm standing. I'm standing behind the desk. I'm behind the desk. I'm in front of the bookcase. And I'm between the desk and the bookcase. Okay? So the question, where am I standing? And your answer goes like this. Where am I standing? Behind. And your answer? You're standing behind the desk. Right. Where am I standing? In front of. And the answer? You're standing in front of the bookcase. That's great. Another one. Where am I standing between? Your answer? You're standing between the desk and the bookcase. Okay, that's good. Now let's try some of these. Where am I standing? Behind. You're standing behind the desk. Good. Where am I standing? In front of. Yes, you're standing in front of the bookcase. Where am I standing? Between. You're standing between the desk and the bookcase. Okay, good. And now let's continue. Where am I standing? Behind. You're standing behind the desk. That's good. Where are the books? On. Good. The books are on the desk, or they're on the desk. Where's the cell phone? On. Good. The cell phone's on the desk. Where's the pencil? Beside. That's great. The pencil's beside the books. Where's the pencil? Next to. The pencil is next to the books. Perfect. Or it's next to the books. That's very good. Where's the diary? Above. Yeah, the diary's above the desk. It's above the desk. Okay? Where's the pencil? Over. It's over the desk. That's great. Now, in the exercise, you must write answers to the questions in your study guide. You should use the prepositions beside each question. For example, you'll see, where am I? And the preposition behind. Easy. You write, you're behind the desk. Okay? Great. Now, pause your program, look at the study guide, and please continue with the exercise. Come back here when you finish. All right, let's review. Where am I? Behind. You wrote, you're behind the desk. The books are on the desk, or they're on the desk. The pen is on the desk. The pencil is on the desk. The book is upon the desk. The pencil is beside the books. The teacher is in front of the bookcase. Good job. Hello again. So in this lesson, we will study the remaining question words. We've already studied who, what, and where. Now look at the other question words. When? When is the party? It's on Sunday. Why? Why is he happy? Because he is well. How? How are you? I'm fine, thanks. How tall? How tall are you? I'm 6 feet tall. How big? How big is the book? It's about 400 pages. All right, now here are some more questions, and note these answers. Hello, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. How is she feeling, or how is she? She's all right. She's okay. How long is the desk? It's about 3 feet long. How long is the lesson? The lesson's about 2 hours long. How long is the book? It's about 200 pages long. How tall is the boy? He's almost 5 feet tall. How large is the chicken? It's about 3 pounds. Okay, and now let's practice some of these. I'm going to give you the question and the prompt or the cue, like this. Hello, how are you? Fine. And then you make the response. I'm fine, thank you. Okay, easy stuff. Hello, how are you? Fine. I'm fine, thank you. How is she? Okay. She's okay. How long is the desk? 3 feet. It's 3 feet long. Good. How long is the lesson? 2 hours. It's 2 hours long. Or the lesson is 2 hours long. How long is the book? 200 pages. It's 200 pages long. Good. How tall is the boy? Almost 5 feet. He's almost 5 feet tall. Very good. And now we're ready for an exercise. In this exercise, you will see questions and a word indicating feeling, size, time, or number. And then you must write the answer using that expression. So here's an example. You'll see, hello, how are you? And fine. And you'll write the response, I'm fine, thank you. Okay? Good. Now, put your program on pause. Look at the study guide. And please continue with the exercise. Come back here when you're finished. Okay, let's review. You saw, hello, how are you? Fine. Your response, I'm fine, thank you. She's all right. It's 3 feet long. It's 2 hours long, or the lesson is 2 hours long. It's 200 pages long. And he's almost 5 feet tall. Very good. Hi there. In this lesson, we continue our study of question words, and we add some time expressions. So look at the possibilities in this graphic. We use in for months, as in July, in August, etc. We use on for dates and days, on June 1st, on July 27th, on Sunday. And we use at for time, at 6 o'clock, at 3:30. Okay. Now, look at the following. You'll see the question word when with various possibilities, the class, the appointment, the holiday, the meeting, the reunion. So the question would be, when is the class? When is the meeting, etc. And on the right side, you'll see possible answers with in, on, and at. It's on Sunday, or it's at 2 o'clock, or it's in July, or it's in August. All right, and now let's practice making questions and answers. I'll say the question word and provide the information. For example, when, the class, and you make the question. When is the class? That's quite easy, right? Okay, let's go. When, the class. When is the class? Good. When, the appointment. When is the appointment? Okay. When, the holiday. When is the holiday? When, the meeting. When is the meeting? Perfect. When, the reunion. When is the reunion? That's great. Now let's go another step. This time, I'll say the answer, and you make the question regarding that answer. Let's try this. For example, it's on Sunday, and you make the question, when is the party? Okay? Or when is the appointment? Here we go. It's on Sunday. When's the party? Good. It's at 2 o'clock. When's the meeting? That's good. It's in August. When's the reunion? It's on Saturday. When's the holiday? Good. And finally, it's at 7 o'clock. Okay, when's the appointment? That's great. And now, let's summarize our use of the question words. Look at the graphic. WH question words ask for information. The question words are who, whom, what, which, when, where, why, and how. So who becomes who's in the classroom? The teacher, for example. What's your name? It's William. Which book is better? This book is better. When is your vacation? It's in August. Where's the men's room? It's behind you. Why is the clock slow? It's not working. How much is the bread? It's $1. Now, look at these question words again. Who asks about a person. What asks about an idea or thing, or asks for a definition. Which asks about a particular person or thing. When asks about time. Where asks about location. Why asks for reasons. And how asks about feelings, condition, and amount. In this exercise, you'll have an opportunity to write questions with all of our question words. So, for example, you'll see the affirmative sentence and the question word. Example, she's from Japan. Where? And you write the question, where's she from? Easy, huh? Okay. Pause the program, look at the study guide, do the exercise, and return here. Let's review that exercise. You saw she's from Japan. Where? And you wrote, where's she from? Good. My favorite actress is Sandra Dove. Who? You wrote, who's your favorite actress? The teacher's from Spain. Where? You wrote, where's the teacher from? His favorite movie is The Prince. What? You wrote, what's his favorite movie? I'm 6 feet tall. How tall? You wrote, how tall are you? Her birthday's in July. When? You wrote, when is her birthday? The professor's from Italy. Where? You wrote, where's the professor from? The fire truck is red. What color? You wrote, what color is the fire truck? My address is 125 Elm Street. What? You wrote, what's your address? And my phone number is 777-8825. What? You wrote, what's your phone number? Good job. Hello. The focus of this lesson is the use of have and has. We learned in an earlier lesson that have is an irregular verb. We use it for many situations. Look at this diagram. Singular, I have a book. You have a book. Plural, we have books. You have books. Then singular, he has a book. She has a book. It, the book, let's say, has many pages. And then plural, they have books. Okay, here are some additional sentences with the verb have. The book has 100 pages. It has 12 chapters. It has a lot of information. The year has 12 months. It has 365 days. They have dictionaries. They have money in their pockets. Okay. So shall we practice some of these? I'll say the sentence, then I'll say a pronoun. For example, I have 2 dictionaries, the pronoun we, and you make the sentence with the new pronoun. We have 2 dictionaries. Got it? Let's try some of these. I have 2 dictionaries, we. We have 2 dictionaries, okay? I have 2 dictionaries, he. He has 2 dictionaries. And the pupil. The pupil has 2 dictionaries. Great. Maya. Maya has 2 dictionaries. Helen and Maria. Helen and Maria have two dictionaries. You have two dictionaries. We have two dictionaries. She has two dictionaries. One more quick practice. I say, Arturo, 3 books. You say, Arturo has 3 books. Quite simple. Here we go. Arturo, 3 books. Arturo has 3 books. Good. Maria, 6 pencils. Maria has 6 pencils. I, a dictionary. I have a dictionary. Or, if you're responding to me, you have a dictionary. You, 2 notebooks. You have 2 notebooks. We, 4 glasses. We have 4 glasses. Great. They, a red book. They have a red book. He, a girlfriend. He has a girlfriend. That's just perfect. And now let's do an exercise. You must make complete sentences using the verb have. You will see Salim blank an Arabic dictionary. You get the picture. You write, Salim has an Arabic dictionary. So easy. Okay? Now, pause your program, look at the study guide, and please do the exercise. Come back here. Let's review. You saw Salim blank an Arabic dictionary, and you wrote, Salim has an Arabic dictionary. Maya has 3 notebooks for school. We have 7 students in our English class. Masayo and Maria have long hair. Carlos has a blue suit and a white shirt. Professor Chung has a doctorate in philosophy. Mrs. Ortiz has a career in business. You have 3 minutes to learn this lesson. They have very clever friends, and I have a dictionary and a thesaurus. Good work. Hi again. In this lesson, we'll continue our study of present tense verbs. Present tense, of course, refers to present time or now. Listen while I read a passage about teachers and students. In the classroom, the teacher uses markers, an eraser, and a whiteboard. He assigns homework. He writes on the whiteboard and in his notebook. He gives tests to the students. He also corrects the tests. The students review their homework. They also use their dictionaries a lot. The teacher pronounces his words carefully. He speaks slowly and carefully. All right, now I'm going to read the passage again, and I'm going to ask you to repeat each sentence after me. Read it as exactly as I say it. Okay? Once more. The teacher uses markers, an eraser, and a whiteboard. He assigns homework. He writes on the whiteboard and in his notebook. He gives tests to the students. He also corrects the tests. The students review their homework. They also use their dictionaries a lot. The teacher pronounces his words carefully. He speaks slowly and carefully. Okay, good. I just want to remind you, it's always a good policy to speak aloud and to repeat these exercises as often as you can. Now let's try some practice. In the practice, I'll say the verb, for example, use, and you will try to make a sentence with it. For example, the teacher uses markers, or the teacher uses a whiteboard. Let's begin. Use whiteboard. That's good. The teacher uses a whiteboard. Use markers. The teacher uses markers. That's very good. Or he uses markers. Assign homework. He assigns homework. Good. Give tests. The teacher gives tests, or he gives tests. All right? Write. He writes on the whiteboard. That's okay. Or he writes in his notebook. Good. Correct. He corrects the tests. Review. They review their homework, or the students review their homework. Speak. He speaks carefully or slowly. And use. He uses an eraser, or he uses markers. That's great. Now this exercise is a dictation. I will read each sentence 2 times. You must write each sentence in your study guide. So put your program on pause, get your study guide, and return here for the dictation. Here's your dictation. Write these sentences in your study guide. I'll repeat each twice. Number 1. The teacher uses chalk, an eraser, and a whiteboard. Again, the teacher uses chalk, an eraser, and a whiteboard. Number 2, he assigns homework. Again, he assigns homework. Number 3, he writes on the whiteboard and in his notebook. Again, he writes on the whiteboard and in his notebook. Number 4, he gives tests to the students. Again, he gives tests to the students. Number 5, the students review their homework. Again, the students review their homework. And number 6, they also use their dictionaries a lot. Again, they also use their dictionaries a lot. And that's it. Very good. Now, compare your written work with the sentences on the screen. Hello. In this lesson, we'll turn our attention to frequency words, or frequency adverbs, the technical term. We use adverbs to modify or change verbs and sentences. Frequency adverbs, or words explain how often. They usually come before the verb. I often speak slowly in class. The students usually study hard. Never means it never happens. I never speak in class. Rarely, maybe 10%. Seldom, 20%. Sometimes means about half and half. I sometimes speak in class. And often, 70%, usually around 85%, and always. I always speak in class. Note, frequency adverbs sometimes come at the beginning, but also at the end of a sentence. Sometimes I speak in class. Okay, now look at these examples. The students never sleep in class. They rarely speak Spanish in class. They seldom speak Czech in class. All three of those are negative or almost negative. Never, yes, negative. Rarely, almost. Seldom, almost. And look at these affirmatives, right? The professor sometimes brings pictures to class. Helen and Willie often study together. The students usually review their homework. They always study the lessons carefully. Okay, now let's try a practice. This practice is difficult, but it's fun, and it's very useful. I'll say 3 words. I'll say a noun or a pronoun, David, a frequency word, never, and a verb, speak. And you will create the sentence. You'll have to construct it. You'll have to complete it. So David never speaks French in class, or David never speaks Czech. Got it? Not so hard. Let's try it. David never speak. Good. David never speaks Arabic at home, or David never speaks Czech. Another one. They rarely sleep. Okay, they rarely sleep is fine, or they rarely sleep during the day. That's good. More. He seldom bring. He seldom brings his book to class, or his notebook to class. Good. We usually study. Okay, we usually study in the library or at home, whatever. I sometimes review. I sometimes review my homework. Good. The students never practice. The students never practice their lessons. You always study. Okay, you always study the homework, or maybe you wrote, I always study the homework. Good. The instructor often draw. The instructor often draws on the whiteboard. David usually sleep. David usually sleeps on the train, or David usually sleeps in class. Oh dear. All right, in this exercise, you'll see a complete statement with a frequency word. Now, the object is to write 3 sentences for each sentence you see in the exercise, but you will use pronouns. So, look at this example. David always studies in the morning. And then you write, for example, he never reads in the morning, he sometimes reviews his homework at 8 o'clock, or he rarely reads at night. 3 possibilities and a lot of opportunity to create different sentences. Got it? Fun. Okay, put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and continue the exercise. Return here afterwards. Let's review the exercise. You saw David always studies in the morning, and you wrote 3 additional sentences. He never reads in the morning, for example. He sometimes reviews his homework at 8, or he rarely reads at night. There are many possibilities, right? Okay, and then number 2, Professor Hill usually speaks slowly in class, and you maybe wrote, he often speaks in class, he usually speaks in the morning, he often speaks before the class. And number 3, students never sleep in the classroom. Maybe you wrote, they always sleep on the train. They seldom sleep before class. And they always sleep late on Sunday mornings. Number 4, Helen always writes her homework at night. You wrote, she rarely writes her homework in the morning. She seldom writes her homework before class. And she never writes her homework on the weekends. Number 5, you saw, I always do my homework, and then you wrote, I sometimes do my homework before class. I often do my homework on the train. I never do my homework on the weekend. Very good. Hi there. In this lesson, we will look at frequency adverbs again, this time with the verb be. And we'll also practice some possessive adjectives. So we learned that frequency adverbs, like usually and often, precede, come before, other verbs. For example, listen carefully to these sentences. The doctor frequently goes to the hospital. Frequently is also an adverb of frequency. The doctor usually goes to the hospital. Now listen to the be verb sentence. The doctor is often in the clinic. Notice that the verb comes first and then the frequency word. The doctor is often in the clinic. The doctor is frequently in the clinic. Look at this graphic. Frequency adverbs follow the verb be. I am usually in the classroom in the morning. You are often at home. She is sometimes in the cafeteria. He is never at school. It is never too late for English. We are rarely at the office. They are seldom in the restaurant. And compare. The doctor always goes to the hospital, other verb, and then he is often in the clinic, be verb. Okay, here are some statements and questions for further practice. Take a look at these. I am usually happy, and then question, are you usually happy? You are rarely unhappy. Question, are you ever unhappy? He is never lazy. Question, is he ever lazy? Notice, never in the question form becomes ever. He is never lazy. Is he ever lazy? And we are always on time. Are we always on time? They are seldom at home. Are they ever at home. Why ever? Because seldom is almost negative, as never. They are seldom at home. Are they ever at home? They are rarely at home. Are they ever at home? They are never at home. Are they ever at home? Okay. Now, let's try this practice. Listen to the sentence, I am usually at home on Sunday. Listen to the pronoun, you, and then make the sentence with the new pronoun. You are usually at home on Sunday. Got it? I am usually at home on Sunday, you, and then you say, you are usually at home on Sunday. Good. Here we go. I am usually at home on Sunday, you. You are usually at home on Sunday, very good. He. He is usually at home on Sunday, great. They. They are usually at home on Sunday. You. You are usually at home on Sunday. He. He is usually at home on Sunday. They. They are usually at home on Sunday. Now let's continue this exercise, and this time you choose the frequency word. Also, now remember, you have a lot of choices. Often, seldom, always, never, frequently, usually, rarely, sometimes, a lot of them. Okay, I'll start again. I am usually at home on Sunday. You. Good. You are never at home on Sunday. He. He is rarely at home on Sunday. They. They are always at home on Sunday. We. We are sometimes at home on Sunday. You. You are often at home on Sunday. She. She is always at home on Sunday. He. He is frequently at home on Sunday. Robert. Robert is always at home on Sunday. I am never at home on Sunday. That's just perfect. And now I've got just a variation in this exercise. Let's give it a try. The variation is this. I'll make the sentence. The student is never in class. Never, of course, is negative. The student is never in class. And you'll make the question. Remember the question with never? So the question becomes, is the student ever in class? Or is he ever in class? Listen once more. The student is never in class. Question, is the student ever in class? Or is he ever in class? Okay, and listen once more. He is usually at the baseball game. And the question, is he usually at the baseball game? Pretty easy. So let's give it a try. Okay, here we go. The student is never in class. Okay, is the student ever in class, or is he ever in class? He is usually at the baseball game. Question? Is he usually at the baseball game? That's perfect. She is rarely at home. Negative. Is she ever at home? Beautiful. They are seldom happy. Negative. Are they ever happy? That's perfect. Here we go. We are sometimes unhappy. Are we sometimes unhappy? And they are always in the library. Are they always in the library? Okay. and I am frequently at home. Ask me. Are you frequently at home? Perfect. Now let's look at the possessive adjectives. We already know adjectives like sad and happy. They are descriptive. They describe the noun. Okay. These new adjectives, the possessives, show possession, who it belongs to. Listen to these sentences. Rebecca has a book. It's her book. It's Rebecca's book. It's her book. Her is the adjective, right? And I have a watch. It's my watch. My is the adjective. Here are some more examples. I and my. This is my book. You and your. That is your book. She and her. It is her book. It's her pen. He and his. It is his pen. It and its, belonging to a thing, right? So those are its numbers when we talk about a clock, or those are its hands when we talk about a clock. We and our, this is our class, and they and their. That is their hotel. Okay? Let's review these possessive adjectives in this practice because they're very important. I'm going to say the word in the sentence, and I would like you to repeat after me. I am often in my classroom. You are frequently in your home. She is always in her hotel. He is seldom in his room. It is never in its place. We are usually in our classroom. They are rarely in their car. All right, great. Memorize these possessive adjectives before you go on to the next lesson. In this exercise, I'd like to ask you to create sentences by writing the correct be verb, a frequency adverb, and the correct possessive adjectives. Should be fun. Look at these examples. I usually house. And the complete sentence, I am usually in my house. She never car. The sentence, she is never in her car. Okay? Good. Now put your program on pause. Look at the study guide. Continue the exercise and return here afterwards. You put frequency words together, created sentences with the correct possessive adjectives, right? So, for example, in number 1, you saw I usually house, and you wrote, I am usually in my house. Okay? She is never in her car. They are often in their classroom. You are always in your room. We are often in our hotel. She is seldom in her automobile. It is never in its place. He is always in his room. That's very good. Hi there. This lesson returns us to other verbs. We will study negative statements with other verbs. Look at this graphic. For negative statements, we use base forms. Do not or don't for I, you, we, they, plurals. Does not or doesn't for he, she, it, singulars. So I, you, we, they, the doctors don't stay at the hotel. And he, she, it, Robert, doesn't stay at the hotel. It, the dog, maybe. Now remember, don't and doesn't are contractions. We usually use the contractions for negative statements, even in writing. But the long forms, do not and does not, they're usually for emphasis. Now, look at this graphic and these comparatives between affirmative and negatives. We cook tomatoes in tomato sauce. We don't cook potatoes in tomato sauce. Eggs go into omelets. They don't go into stews. He fries eggs in a frying pan. He doesn't fry eggs in a pot. She boils water in a pot. She doesn't bake bread in a pot. All right, so let's practice these. And we'll practice negative statements with foods. So, for example, I'll say the pronoun, I, and the food, potatoes, for example, and you'll make a negative statement. I don't like potatoes. Got it? Here's another one. He, bread. He doesn't like bread. It's pretty easy, right? Okay, so let's go ahead. I, potatoes. I don't like potatoes. That's great. He, bread. He doesn't like bread. Okay. You, carrots. You don't like carrots. She, eggs. She doesn't like eggs. I, peas. I don't like peas. They, spaghetti. They don't like spaghetti. He, cereal. He doesn't like cereal. We, milk. We don't like milk. You, coffee. You don't like coffee. Maria, stew. Maria doesn't like stew. And Arturo, omelets. Arturo doesn't like omelets. Perfect. And now an exercise. In this exercise, you will have the opportunity to write the negative sentences we have just studied. So you will see Robert fries eggs every day. And you'll write the negative. Robert doesn't fry eggs every day. Or he doesn't fry eggs every day. Now notice the spelling of the word fry. Fry, the Y becomes I and then ES. Robert fries eggs every day. Negative, he doesn't fry eggs every day. You got it? One more. They boil eggs in a pot. Negative, they don't boil eggs in a pot. That's it, plain and simple. So now, put your program on pause. Look at the study guide. Continue the exercise, and please come back here when you're finished. All right, let's review this exercise. And remember, you've written answers that may contain pronouns. Pronouns are perfectly okay. Here we go. You saw Robert fries eggs every day, and you wrote the negative. Robert doesn't fry eggs every day, or he doesn't fry eggs every day. The next one, They don't boil eggs in a pot. She doesn't make stew every Saturday. He doesn't use potatoes in his stews. She doesn't make coffee every morning. We don't eat spaghetti with tomato sauce. He doesn't bake bread in an oven. That's great. Hi again. In this lesson, we'll study yes and no questions and answers. Look at this graphic. Do or does precedes the noun or pronoun subject of the sentence, and we also use do or does in the yes or no answer. So, do I stay at the hotel? And the yes, yes you do answer, or no, no you don't answer. Do you stay at the hotel? Answer, yes I do, no I don't. Do we stay at the hotel? Yes we do, or no we don't. Do they stay at the hotel? Yes they do, no they don't. Do the doctors stay at the hotel? Yes they do, or no they don't. And then the singular group, does he stay at the hotel? Yes he does, or no he doesn't. Does she stay at the hotel? Yes she does, or no she doesn't. Does it stay at the hotel? It is maybe the dog, maybe the cat. Does it stay at the hotel? Yes it does, no it doesn't. And does Robert stay at the hotel? Yes he does, or no he doesn't. Notice that the short answer, yes he does, no he doesn't, is very common. And also notice that the base form of the verb is in the question. Do you stay? Stay is the base form of the verb. Good. Now I'd like you to look at just a few more examples here. Question, does the class begin at 8 o'clock? Yes, it does. Do the violinists practice every day? Yes, they do. Does the doctor treat all of his patients in the hospital? No, he doesn't. Do the cooks use tomatoes in everything? No, they don't. All right, let's practice. In this practice, you'll have the opportunity to make questions with other verbs. I'll give you the verb and information, like say, the practice, and you'll create a question with do you. So that becomes, do you say the practice? Got it? Okay, so let's go. Say the practice. Do you say the practice? Good. Speak Spanish. Do you speak Spanish? Good. Like spaghetti with tomato sauce? Do you like spaghetti with tomato sauce? Good. Fry eggs in a frying pan. Do you fry eggs in a frying pan? Perfect. Bake potatoes in the oven? Do you bake potatoes in the oven? That's great. Now, let's try the questions. This time I'll provide you the same information, the verb, the information, but I'd like you to make does she questions. So I'll say, practice English every day. You make the sentence. Does she practice English every day? Great, huh? Here we go. Practice English every day. Does she practice English every day? Borrow books from the library. Does she borrow books from the library? Write exercises clearly. Does she write exercises clearly? make stew for dinner? Does she make stew for dinner? Copy sentences in her notebook. Does she copy sentences in her notebook? Fine. That's a great job. In this exercise, I'm going to ask you to write two expressions. First, you'll write a question using the information given, and then you'll write a short answer. Okay, here's an example. Speak Italian. So you write, do you speak Italian? And then a short answer, yes, I do. Or, negative, no, I don't. Here's another possibility. Does the doctor speak Italian? Also good. And the short answer, yes, he does. Negative, no, he doesn't. Not so tough, right? So put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and continue the exercise. Please return here when you finish. Let's review this exercise. You wrote two things. First, you made the question, and then you wrote the short answer. So, speak Italian. You wrote, do they speak Italian? Short answer, yes, they do. Or maybe you wrote, does he speak Italian? Short answer, yes, he does. Bake bread at home? Does he bake bread at home? You answered, no, he doesn't. Or, yes, he does. Pronounce words carefully. You wrote, does she pronounce words carefully? Yes, she does. Do they give examinations at the clinic? Yes, they do. Does she correct English exercises? No, she doesn't. Do we play the violin regularly? No, we don't. Does she study the piano? Yes, she does. Do they boil eggs for breakfast each morning? No, they don't. Do they cook for his girlfriend? No, they don't. Very good. I'm back. In this lesson, we'll do a comparison of be verb questions with other verb questions. Please take a look at this diagram. Are you unhappy? Are they in the room? Two be verb sentences, questions. And do you want some fun? Do they need instruction? Other verb questions. Am I sad? Are we friends? Be verb. Do I have my notebook? Do we need more practice? I and we, other verbs. And here, is it 7 o'clock? Is the student smart? Be verb. Does the clock still work? Does he learn quickly? The other verb. For be verb questions, we invert, change the position of the verb and the subject. For other verbs, we precede the sentence with do or does and use the base form. Now, look at these questions. These are what we call or questions. They provide a simple choice of answers. Do you want coffee or tea? And the answer, tea, please. Well, maybe it's coffee, please. Does she need niacin or calcium? Niacin. Do they study French or English? French. Does the instructor want a pencil or a pen? A pen. Do I need a jacket or a coat? A jacket, or a jacket is fine. Does he suggest a newspaper or a book? A newspaper. These are really easy questions because they simply signal a simple choice. Yes or no, true or false, a binary choice. Now some practice. In this practice, you should say, and of course, it's important to remember to speak aloud, say the appropriate question, okay? So you will hear the statement, the lesson is hard, and you will frame the question. Is the lesson hard? That's the be verb. Or you will hear, he studies French, and you will make the question, does he study French? That's the other verb. Got it? Okay, let's try this. The lesson is hard. Is the lesson hard? Perfect. He studies French. Does he study French? They play the violin. Do they play the violin? Good. She's from Ecuador. Is she from Ecuador? They are happy. Are they happy? She bakes every Wednesday. Does she bake every Wednesday? I am a conductor. Are you a conductor? Yeah, good. The teacher pronounces well. Does he pronounce well? Good. She wants milk with her tea. Does she want milk with her tea? That's great. All right, in this exercise, you should write be verb questions or other verb questions. So pay attention to the base form of the verb on each line. So here's what you'll see. The lesson be hard. And you make the question. Is the lesson hard? Okay. And here's the other variety. The man go Arizona. And you make the question, does the man go to Arizona? Go, of course, remember, needs to. Does the man go to Arizona? Or pronouns, of course. Does he go to Arizona? Okay, that's pretty easy stuff. So right now, pause your program, look at the study guide, and continue that exercise. So let's review. You saw the lesson be hard, and you wrote the question, is the lesson hard? Very good. Does the man go to Arizona? Or maybe you wrote, does he go to Arizona? Does the instructor speak carefully? Do we play the piano? Do they study English? Is the airplane large? Does it fly to London? Do you want an omelet? Do I need help? Great. Hi there. The focus of this lesson is the verb be in the past tense or past time. We use the past tense or past time for yesterday, last night, last week, etc. We have studied the present tense of the verb be in sentences like, I'm at home, the instructor is in the classroom, you are here. 3 forms of the present be verb, am, is, and are. Now look at this graphic. Be, present tense, I'm at home, she's in the room today, they are here. Be, past tense, I was at the restaurant yesterday, she was at the library yesterday, they were in class yesterday. There are only 2 forms of be in the past tense, was and were. So, I, he, she, it was, we, you, and they were. Now look at this list. Here are some time expressions which signal past time. Yesterday, last evening, the day before yesterday, last night, a day ago, 2 days ago, last Sunday, last Monday, a week ago, a month ago, a year ago, last week, last month, last year. These expressions usually come at the end of the sentence. Here's an example. He was in the park yesterday, or they were at the library a week ago. So let's practice some of these, right? All right. In this practice, you'll have the opportunity to talk about both today and yesterday with time expressions. So I'll say he's in the classroom, and you say the present expression, he's in the classroom, give us a time expression today. Then say the past time expression, he was in the classroom, and give us a time expression for past time, yesterday or last night. Can we do it? Okay, let's give it a try. Now remember, you can use any of the past time expressions. Let's try some. He's in the classroom. Okay. He's in the classroom today. He was in the classroom yesterday, last night, whenever. Good. They are at the library. They're at the library today. They were at the library last week, yesterday, last month. I am in the restaurant. Okay? I'm in the restaurant today. I was in the restaurant last month. You are in the office. You were in the office today. You were in the office yesterday. And she's in the laboratory. She's in the laboratory today. She was in the laboratory last Sunday. That's very good. Time for an exercise. In this exercise, you will write past tense sentences using the verb be. Many of these should be familiar. You'll see the present tense sentence, you'll write the past tense sentence, and of course, use an appropriate time expression. So you will see Maria is at the library, and you will write Maria was at the library last night. Pretty easy. So put your program on pause, look at the study guide, continue the exercise, and return here. Let's review. You saw Maria is at the library, and then you wrote the past tense version. Maria was at the library last night. He was in the office a day ago. We were in the classroom last week. I was in the kitchen last year. You were in your automobile last night. They were in the restaurant 2 days ago. He was in the clinic a month ago. They were at the baseball game last weekend. Perfect, and a very good job. Hello. This lesson focuses on a couple of very important expressions. We use there is and there are for very special situations, common situations. They show existence. Look at this illustration. We use there plus be to show existence, present tense. There is a book on the desk. There are 2 books on the desk. And the question form, is there a book on the desk? Are there 2 books on the desk? Past tense, yesterday or last night. There was a pen on the table. There were 2 pens on the table last night. Was there a pen on the table? Or were there 2 pens on the table yesterday? Okay, listen to these sentences. Serge says, I'm very hungry. Helen says, there's some roast beef in the refrigerator. There is. Willie says, I'm thirsty. Maya says, there are 2 beers in the refrigerator. There are 2 beers in the refrigerator. Okay, now listen to this reading selection or passage. You will hear many there is and there are expressions. A supermarket visit. Mr. and Mrs. Amir were in an American supermarket yesterday. They were surprised at the variety of things in the store. Mr. Amir was happy about the large selection of meat. Mrs. Amir was excited about all of the grocery items. There were cans of fruit and vegetables. There were packages of cookies and crackers. There were bottles of syrups and drinks and jars of sauces and spices. There was a lot of frozen food. Almost everything was in a package or a jar. Okay, now I'm going to read that again, and I will ask you to repeat after me each sentence. So try to imitate my pronunciation and speed, and of course, practicing aloud is always an important aspect of these lessons. Here we go. A supermarket visit. Mr. and Mrs. Amir were in an American supermarket yesterday. They were surprised at the variety of things in the store. Mr. Amir was happy about the large selection of meat. Mrs. Amir was excited about all of the grocery items. There were cans of fruit and vegetables. There were packages of cookies and crackers. There were bottles of syrups and drinks and jars of sauces and spices. There was a lot of frozen food. Almost everything was in a package or a jar. Okay, that's great. Now, in this diagram, look at these questions and short answers. They are quite easy. Was Mr. Amir surprised? So, answer, yes, he was. Or negative, no, he was not. Or contraction, no, he wasn't. And another one. Were Mr. and Mrs. Amir in Tehran last year? Answer, yes, they were. Negative. In this case, no. No, they were not. Contracted. No, they weren't. Pretty easy. Let's practice this. You'll use there plus be in 2 sentences. Present and past tense. And of course, say the sentence aloud. Very important. So you'll see and you'll hear a variety of meat in the store. You make the sentence, there is a variety of meat in the store. Not so hard. Then past tense. There was a variety of meat in the store yesterday or last week. Pretty easy, right? Okay, let's try it. A variety of meat. There is a variety of meat in the store. There was a variety of meat in the store yesterday. Packages of sugar. Yes, there are packages of sugar in the store. Past. There were packages of sugar in the store yesterday. Jars of sauce. There are jars of sauce in the store. There were jars of sauce in the store yesterday. Packages of crackers in the store. There are packages of crackers in the store. There were packages of crackers in the store last week. Jars of spices. There are jars of spices in the store. There were jars of spices in the store last night. Okay, and finally, a lot of frozen food in the store. Yes, there's a lot of frozen food in the store. There was a lot of frozen food in the store yesterday. Perfect. In this exercise, you sort of get a vacation. It's easy. You simply make short answers for each of the questions. And of course, refer to the reading passage, A Supermarket Visit. So you'll see, question, were Mr. and Mrs. Amir in a supermarket yesterday? And you'll write the short answer. Yes, they were. Just like a vacation. Now, put your program on pause, look at the study guide, continue the exercise, and I'll see you back here. Okay, let's review. You saw the question, were Mr. and Mrs. Amir in a supermarket yesterday? Your short answer, yes, they were. Because in the reading selection, they were. Okay. Were they surprised at the large variety of things? Yes, they were. Was Mr. Amir happy? Yes, he was. Was Mrs. Amir excited about the airplanes? No, she wasn't, or no, she was not. No airplanes in the story. Were there canned fruits and vegetables in the store? Yes, there were. Were there packages and bottles in the store? Yes, there were. Was Mrs. Amir sad? No, she wasn't. Not in the story. And was almost everything in a package or a jar? Yes, it was. Everything, it. Yes, it was. That's great. Hi there. This lesson focuses upon WH word questions and other verbs. Present tense. Look at this graphic. You see the columns for the question word, do and does, the subject, and the base form of the verb. So question words, where? Where do the pupils study? When? When does Henry write? How long? How long does the class last? What class? What class do we have? And whom or whom do you like? Note, in written or formal English anyway, we use whom do you like? But in speech, we often say, and you'll often hear, who do you like? Okay, now look at these questions in the graphic. Notice the time expressions. When do Americans eat dinner? At 6 or at 7 o'clock? What time does the sun rise in summer? At 6. When do you get up? At 6:30 or 7. When does Maria study? In the evening. When do we usually go on vacation? In the summer. What hours does she work? From 9 to 5. Okay, we learned in earlier lessons that the days and time expressions and dates all use prepositions. These time expressions, same story and same prepositions. So it's very important to memorize the preposition with the expression. Let's practice some of these now. You say the answer to my questions. It's important to speak aloud. Okay, I'll ask the questions and say a time expression, and you provide the answer. So I say, when does Henry study? Time expression, in the morning. And your answer? Henry studies in the morning, or he studies in the morning. Okay, here we go. When does Henry study? In the morning. Henry studies in the morning. Perfect. Where do we have class? In the classroom. We have class in the classroom. When does Maria eat breakfast? At 7. She eats breakfast at 7, or Maria eats breakfast at 7. Where do we borrow books? At the library. We borrow books at the library. Good. When do I teach English? In the morning. You teach English in the morning. Okay. When do they eat dinner? In the evening. They eat dinner in the evening. When does the sun rise in summer? At 6. The sun rises in summer at 6. How long does he work? 8 hours. He works 8 hours. What hours does he work? From 10 to 6. He works from 10 to 6. Very good. All right, let's try this exercise. In the exercise, you will see statements with time expressions, and your task, your job, is to write questions. For example, you'll see, Frederick works from 9 to 5, and you'll write, what hours does Frederick work? Frederick works from 9 to 5. Okay. Now, put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and continue with the exercise. When you finish, come back here. Let's review that exercise. You saw Frederick works from 9 to 5, and your task was to write the question. What hours does Frederick work? Or pronoun, what hours does he work? Good. Next one, when does Henry study? When does the sun rise in summer? Where do we borrow books? When does Maria eat breakfast? Where do we have class? When do you teach? How long do you work? Good job. Hello again. In this lesson, we're going to look at English nouns. Nouns are names, okay? Names of people like Maria, names of things, pencils, places, and ideas. We've already studied singular and plural, pen and pens, so let's take a look at this. Spelling of noun plurals. Word ends with a consonant plus a Y. For example, a baby. We change the Y to I and we add ES. Remember that with the verbs? Same story. The word ends with a vowel plus Y. For example, boy. We add an S, boys. The word ends with FE or F. For example, a wife. We change F to V and add ES, Don't ask me why. Wives. The word ends with SH, CH, double S, or X. For example, a dish, we add ES, dishes, same with verbs. And then the word ends with consonant plus O, tomato, we add ES, tomatoes. Now let's take a look at noun groups. In this graphic, baby, city, authority, add I, and then ES, authorities. Boy, key, day, simply add an S, days. Wife, thief, knife, knives with a V. Dish, match, class, box, boxes, ES. A tomato, a potato, so potatoes, ES. Okay, in this graphic, you'll see irregular plural noun forms. Irregular means without rules or unruly. Okay, singular man, plural men. There's a man, there are two men. Woman, singular, women, plural. A woman, the teachers aren't women. A foot and feet, plural, 1 foot, and then the desk is 3 feet long. A child, singular, children, plural, 1 child, many children. A tooth, singular, teeth, plural, 1 tooth, a mouthful of teeth. A mouse, singular, mice, plural, 1 large mouse, 2 little mice. And 2 more. Fish, fish, same story. 1 fish, an ocean full of fish. And sheep, 1 sheep, and lots of sheep, 1 sheep and a field full of sheep. That's a lot, but it's important. Let's see if we can practice some of this now. In this practice, we'll make plurals. The idea is pronounce them carefully and speak aloud. So I'll say 1 child, and you'll say 2 children, exactly. I'll say 1 baby, and you'll say 2 babies. It's pretty easy. Here we go. 1 child, 2 children. 1 baby, 2 babies. 1 foot, 2 feet. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. 1 man, 2 men, good. 1 boy, 2 boys, that's good. 1 fish, 2 fish. 1 woman, 2 women, okay? 1 dish, 2 dishes. 1 knife, 2 knives with a V, good. 1 wife, 2 wives. 1 potato, 2 potatoes. 1 key, 2 keys. Excellent. So here's a fun exercise. You've got to do 3 things. First, you must find the plural in the sentence. Next, you must underline each plural noun, and then you must read the sentence aloud and be sure to pronounce the plurals correctly. So, take a look at this. There are usually 12 pencils in a package. Let's find the plural. Not so hard, right? Pencils. Underline it, okay? And then you say the sentence again and pronounce the plurals right. There are usually 12 pencils in a package. Good, huh? And fun. So, put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and continue the exercise. Come back here when you're finished. All right? Let's review. you had three things to do, right? Find the plural, underline it, and then say the sentence again. There are usually 12 pencils in a package. Pencils, you underlined. There were many dishes on the desk. Dishes, you underlined it. There were 2 glasses on the desk. Glasses, you underlined. Okay. There were also 2 knives on the desk. Knives, you underlined. Okay. Professor and Mrs. Hill have several children. Children, that's easy. The yardstick is 3 feet. Feet, very, very easy. You use the wool of sheep for clothes. Sheep, of course. Clothes also, incidentally. New York and Los Angeles are 2 large American cities. Cities, that's right. Paris and Madrid are fine places for tourists. Places and tourists. More than 20 tomatoes went into that sauce. Tomatoes, underlined. Children must always be careful with matches. Children, of course, and matches at the end. And finally, there are many fish in the sea. Fish, big quote. Very good. Hi there, back again. In this lesson, we'll continue our study of nouns. We begin with count nouns and non-count nouns. Count nouns are nouns with plural forms, usually S forms, right? Non-count nouns have no plural form. Non-count means we cannot count them. No numbers. There's only one form of each count noun. Let's look at this diagram. I'll show you what I mean. Count nouns, we can count them, right? A pencil, so 1 pencil, 2 pencils. A book, 1 book, 6 books. And non-count nouns, milk, ink. Note, count nouns use the articles and an, singular, of course. And count nouns make their plurals with S, regular plurals, right? Non-count nouns, no article, A or N, and no plural. So kind of easy. Sometimes we can think of non-count nouns as names of substances, like milk or ink or steel, metal, magnesium, juice, stuff like that. Look at the count and non-count nouns in the graphic. Count nouns, singular, a notebook, 1 notebook, and then plurals, notebooks or 3 notebooks, and then we use a lot of adjectives, many notebooks, a few notebooks, some notebooks, a lot of notebooks, several notebooks. But look at these non-count nouns. Milk, a little milk, some milk, a lot of milk, much milk. Not an article in the bunch. Okay, let's practice. Let's take a few minutes and we'll practice count nouns with adjectives or determiners to show quantity or amount. For example, I'll say book and then a few. And you'll make the sentence, I want a few books. Okay? I'll say pencil, 1. And you'll make the sentence, I want 1 pencil. Or you could say, I want a pencil. Not so tough. All right, let's try these. Book, a few. Yes, I want a few books. Pencil, 1. I want 1 pencil. I want a pencil. Car, several. I want several cars. Jar, 3. I want 3 jars. Glass, I want a glass. Watch, 2. I want 2 watches. Clock, many. I want many clocks. Banana, many. I want many bananas. Notebook, 12. I want 12 notebooks. Tomato, some. I want some tomatoes. Perfect. Okay, now let's try a similar practice with non-count nouns. I'll say milk a little, and you'll say, she prefers a little milk. I'll say orange juice, some. Same story. You'll say, she prefers some orange juice. No S's in there. Okay, let's give that a try. Milk, a little. She prefers a little milk. Orange juice, some. She prefers some orange juice. Yeah, that's good. Beef stew, a lot of. She prefers a lot of beef stew. Good. Beer, a little. She prefers a little beer. Coffee, some. She prefers some coffee. Tea, and nothing. She prefers tea. Food, a lot of. She prefers a lot of food. Paper, some. She prefers some paper. And finally, information, much. She prefers much information. That's great. Here's another fun exercise. You will complete sentences by using the words at the left, you'll see them, and then completing the sentence. Here's the trick. You must write an article, a or an, before count nouns, or some before non-count nouns. So you've got to make the determination. Remember to add s to count nouns only. Good. Here's an example. You'll see ink and I need, and you will write, I need some ink. Okay. You'll see child is in the class, and you'll write, a child is in the class. Pretty easy. Now, put your program on pause, look at the study guide, continue the exercise, and come back here when you're finished. Let's review. You saw ink, I need, and you wrote, I need some ink. Good. A child is in the class. We want some information. Good. Maria prefers some stew. I drink some milk every day. An egg is in the refrigerator. The children want some juice. We complete some homework every day. And the students like some music while they work. That's great. Welcome back. In this lesson, we'll look at some special verbs in English. These are the verbs have, need, and want. All three of these verbs can be followed by either a noun or an infinitive form of the verb. So, for example, to plus a verb. To be, to go. Look at this diagram. Here's a verb plus a noun. Students have notebooks. Have shows possession. It's their notebooks. They want good instruction. Want shows desire, and they need a lot of practice. Need means necessity. Now look, verb plus infinitive, or the to verb. Students have to study. Have means necessity, right? They have to study. And then they want to learn English. Want is desire. And they need to practice aloud. Need for necessity. All right. Now look at some more examples in this graphic. I want a lot of money means I want to receive a lot of money. She wants some money too. She wants to receive some money. We need a lot of money for food. We need to eat. You need a lot of money. You have to eat. They have a lot of money. Very lucky. They need some money for food. They need to eat. Notice, this is a weak meaning, not strong, weak. I want a sandwich. This is a very strong meaning. I need a sandwich. I have to eat a sandwich. Good. Let's see now if we can practice some of these. We want to focus on want, need, and have. I'll say need and a sandwich. And you'll put them together. I need a sandwich. I'll say have and a car. I have a car. Pretty easy, so let's try to do them rapidly. All right, here we go. Need a sandwich. I need a sandwich. Have a car. I have a car. Good. Want some milk. I want some milk. Want $10. I want $10. Need a haircut. I need a haircut. Have new shoes. I have new shoes. Need a watch. I need a watch. Have a large notebook. I have a large notebook. Want a small glass of wine. I want a small glass of wine. Need a loan. I need a loan. Have a suntan. I have a suntan. That's great. Now, let's practice these verbs with infinitive verbs following. For example, I'll say, need, eat. You get the picture. You create, he or she needs to eat. Right? Have, run. He or she has to run. Not so tough. Here we go. Need, eat. He needs to eat. Have, run. She has to run. Have, study. He has to study. Need, speak. She needs to speak. Want, practice. He wants to practice. Need, see. She needs to see. Want, read. She wants to read. Need, drink. She needs to drink. Want, run. He wants to run. Have, review. He has to review. Have, listen. She has to listen. That's good. All right, thank you. All right, how about an exercise? In this exercise, you have to complete the sentences with a verb from a list you'll see. And you'll use an infinitive verb form, to plus verb, right? Here's an example. You'll see the verb list, and then you'll see sentences like, Rebecca wants blank to San Francisco. You select the right verb, go, and put it in the sentence. So you'll write, Rebecca wants to go to San Francisco. Fun and not so hard. Are you ready? Okay. Put your program on pause, look at the study guide, complete the exercise, and come back here. Review. You completed sentences with the appropriate infinitive form of the verbs, right? So, Rebecca wants to go to San Francisco. The pupils need to practice English every day. The students also need to practice English every day. Harold has to run to catch the airplane. He needs to go to Los Angeles. That's good. Hello again. This lesson focuses on a special verb in English. We will study would like with two forms of expression, nouns and infinitives. Remember, an infinitive is a to form of the verb. Look at this graphic. We use I would like as a polite form of I want. I would like is a nice way of saying I want. Would like plus the noun, so I would like, you would like, he would like, she would like, we would like, they would like a cup of tea. Or would like and the infinitive. I would like, you would like, he would like, she would like, we would like, they would like to drink. Compare, I want a cup of tea, I want to drink a cup of tea, and I would like a cup of tea, I would like to drink a cup of tea. Okay, notice the contractions for the pronouns and would like in this graphic. I would like becomes I'd like, you'd like, he'd like, she'd like, we'd like, they'd like. And then, you would like a cup of tea? Would you like a cup of tea? Question form. And these answers, yes, I would. Or negative, no, I would not. No, I wouldn't, contracted. Notice that the question formation is just regular. And notice that the short answers are regular, an affirmative form, a negative form, and a contracted negative form. So let's practice. Let's practice first some simple requests. Request means ask. I will ask the request with want, and you say the request with would like, the polite form. For example, I say, I want a cup of coffee. And you say, I would like a cup of coffee. I say, Anna wants to go to the library. And you say, Anna would like to go to the library. Okay? Let's try these. I want a cup of coffee. I would like a cup of coffee. That's great. Anna wants to go to the library. Anna would like to go to the library. We want to visit Frederick. Yes, we would like to visit Frederick. Good. Salim and Sarah want 2 concert tickets. Salim and Sarah would like 2 concert tickets. They want to listen to some music. Yes, they would like to listen to some music. I want a sandwich. I would like a sandwich. Good. I want a Coke. I would like a Coke. That's great. Now, here's another practice. I'll make the statement with I, and you make the polite question with would like. Here's an example. I say, I would like a sandwich, and you say, would you like a sandwich? Okay? Here's another one. I would like some grapes. Would you like some grapes? That's easy, huh? Okay, let's go. I would like a sandwich. Would you like a sandwich? Good. I would like some grapes. Would you like some grapes? I would like a little stew. Would you like a little stew? I would like to read the newspaper. Would you like to read the newspaper? Good. I would like to go home. Yes, would you like to go home? I would like something to eat. Would you like something to eat? That's good. I would like to take a trip. Would you like to take a trip? I would like something to drink. Would you like something to drink? That's really good. Now, let's try an exercise. In this exercise, you will have a chance to write statements using I would like and we would like. Here's an example. You'll see a glass of beer, we. And you'll write, we would like a glass of beer. That's easy. You'll see to go to the movies, I. And you'll write, I would like to go to the movies. Okay? So put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and please do the exercise. Then come back here. Let's review. Check your sentences with would like. So you saw a glass of beer, I, and you wrote, I would like a glass of beer. Then, we would like to go to the movies. I would like to go to dinner. We would like to eat an omelet. I would like to visit Professor Hill. We would like a new pair of shoes. I would like some tea. We would like something to drink. I would like to go to a party. And we would like a trip to London. Excellent. In this lesson, we begin our study of other verbs in the simple past tense. We've already studied the verb be in the past tense, and you've heard me use some other verbs before. Look at this diagram. Many verbs form the past tense with ed. Compare simple present, I walk to school every day, with past, I walked to school yesterday. Walked, almost a T sound. I cook beef brisket every week. I cooked beef brisket last night. Simple. Present, I wait for the bus every morning. Past, I waited for the bus yesterday morning. I watch television every night. I watched television last night. I talk to the instructor every morning. I talked to him yesterday morning. So, with the subject pronouns, I, you, he, she, it, we, they, plus walked, ed form, quickly. Okay? Remember, we studied time expressions in a previous lesson when we studied the verb be in the past tense. Now, take a look at this expanded list of past time expressions. Yesterday, yesterday morning, yesterday afternoon, yesterday evening, and then last night, last weekend, last week, last month, last class meeting, 2 minutes ago, a day ago, 2 weeks ago, a month ago, 2 months ago, etc. All signals for past time. Okay, let's combine some past tense verbs with some past time expressions and practice them. I'll say yesterday and walked to school, and you say something like, I walked to school yesterday. Or, Maria walked to school yesterday. That's easy, right? Let's try another one. Last night, watch a movie. You say, we watched a movie last night, or they watched a movie last night. Here we go. Let's try it. Yesterday, walked to school. Okay, Maria walked to school yesterday. Last night, watch a movie. Yes, Professor Simona watched a movie last night. A few minutes ago, look at a newspaper. I looked at a newspaper a few minutes ago. That's good. Yesterday evening, cook an omelet. We cooked an omelet yesterday evening. Great. Last night, wait for the bus. They waited for the bus last night. Last Monday, walked to the park. The girls walked to the park last Monday. Okay, good. A year ago, talked to the boss. He talked to the boss a year ago. That's perfect. Now, are you ready for an exercise? Okay, let's try this. In this exercise, you must complete sentences, select verbs from the verb list at the beginning of the exercise, and then use the verbs first in the present tense, then in the past tense. Here's an example. You'll see the verb list, and you'll see I blank to Professor Simona every morning. Choose a verb. I talk to Professor Simona every morning. Then you'll see I blank to Professor Simona yesterday morning. Choose a verb and make it past tense. I talked to Professor Simona yesterday morning. Could be fun, right? Okay. Now, put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. When you finish, come back here. So, let's review. You saw I blank to Professor Simona every morning, and you chose the verb talk from the verb list. I talk to Professor Simona every morning, and then you wrote the past tense. I talked to Professor Simona yesterday morning. Good. Then, we walk to school every day. We walked to school yesterday. I help Professor Chung clean the board every day. I helped Professor Chung clean the board yesterday. She works in the library every evening. She worked in the library last evening. We cook breakfast at 7 every day. We cooked breakfast at 7 last Monday. They ask Professor Hill questions each day. They asked Professor Hill questions yesterday. And you watch television every evening. You watched television yesterday evening. That's great. Hi there. In this lesson, we'll continue our study of past tense verbs. We will study some spelling hints for these verbs, and we will learn some new verbs. First, let's look at some spelling rules. We usually make the past tense form of verbs by adding ed. We learned that in our last lesson. So talk becomes talked, ed. Wait becomes waited, ed. Other verb ends and spelling changes are these. Verb ending in e, taste. We add d, tasted, d only, right? Verbs ending with a vowel and a consonant, like stop, op, stop. Then we double the consonant, two p's, and add ed, stopped. And verbs that end with a consonant and y, like study, you'll remember this. We change the y to I, and then add ed, studied. Pretty simple. Okay, now we want to add to our vocabulary of verbs. Here are some new verbs for study. Notice that they are in 3 columns. The verb ends in each column are pronounced a little differently. Let me show you what I mean. First column, T sound at the end. So asked, touched, washed, finished, stopped, helped, erased, coughed, and laughed, just like a T at the end. Now look at the middle column. That's a D sound at the end in verbs like rained, smiled, signed, played, enjoyed, remembered, closed, shaved, arrived. And the final column, UD, an UD sound. Yes, as in added, needed, counted, waited, wanted, visited, invited, hosted, roasted. Okay, so let's practice the sounds of some of these verbs. I'll say the present tense form, ask, and you say the past tense form. And we're going to do these T soundings right now, okay? So ask, you say asked. Yeah? Ask, asked. Good. Touch, touched. Wash, washed. Finish, finished. Cough, coughed. Laugh, laughed. Okay, the next group. Let's try these. I say rain, you say rained. D sound, rained. Okay? Rain, rained, good. Remember, remembered. Arrive, arrived. Enjoy, enjoyed. Smile, smiled. And one more group. This is the group that ends with ud or UD sound. So need becomes needed. All right. Now your turn. Need, needed. Count, counted. Visit, visited. Invite, invited. Post, posted. Roast, roasted. Perfect. Okay, now I'd like you to make some past tense sentences in this practice. Could be fun. We'll use the new verbs. So I'll say, Maria need a pencil. And remember, you're going to make past tense sentences. So you'll say, Maria needed a pencil yesterday or last night. I don't care. Okay? Another one, let's try, we touch the camel. Yeah, right. We touched the camel yesterday. Okay? Here we go. Maria need a pencil. Should be like rapid action. Maria needed a pencil yesterday. Good. We touch the camel. We touched the camel last night. I don't know why either. They wash the car. They washed the car last night. Okay? Professor Simona signed the contract. Professor Simona signed the contract last night. Serge and Salim visit Maria. Serge and Salim visited Maria yesterday, or they, okay. The students enjoy the class. The students enjoyed the class last week. Good. Helen closed the door. Helen closed the door last evening. Very good. Now, I'd say it's time for an exercise. Okay? In this exercise, you must complete the sentences in past tense. So select the correct verb form from the list at the beginning of the exercise. Write the verb in the past tense form, so you'll see this. You'll see the verb list, and then you'll see Maria blank English last evening. Pick a good verb. How about study? Maria studied English last evening. Studied, studied, I-E-D. Good? Okay. Now, put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. When you finish, come back here. So, you saw Maria blank English last evening, and you chose the verb from the list at the beginning of the exercise, and you wrote, Maria studied English last evening. Then, she enjoyed the class very much last evening. Mr. Dalton arrived at the baseball game very late yesterday. The student signed the letter last night. The violinist played the violin yesterday evening. They worked very hard yesterday. Professor and Mrs. Hill cooked a large dinner for the students last evening. The students finished the examination yesterday afternoon, and I touched the elephant in the zoo yesterday. That's great. Hi there. In this lesson, we will focus upon irregular verbs. Irregular verbs have different past tense endings. They're irregular. So far, we've used verbs ending with ed. Take a look at this list. Common irregular verbs. So there's the verb and the sentence with the verb in the past tense. Do, I did the work yesterday. Go, I went to the baseball game last night. Get, I got the email yesterday. Come, I came to the classroom yesterday. Sit, I sat on the bench this morning. Have, I had 3 pencils a day ago. See, I saw everything on my way to class yesterday. Stand, I stood behind the desk 2 days ago. Write, I wrote my exercise last night. Sleep, I slept very well after my exercise last night. Notice that the past tense forms of these verbs are not ed. You must learn them. They're irregular. Sorry, you've got to learn them. So, come, came, get, got, do, did, go, went, sit, sat, stand, stood, write, wrote, sleep, slept. An example with sit and sat. I always sit in the second chair, and I sat in the third chair yesterday. But notice, frequency adverbs are used only in the present tense, not in the past tense. Okay, first, repeat these combinations after me. Come, came, get, got, do, did, go, went, sit, sat, stand, stood, write, wrote, sleep, slept. That's good. All right, now let's practice some present and past tense sentences with irregular verbs, of course. Say them aloud, please. For example, I'll say the present tense sentence, she usually sleeps 8 hours every day. And you make the past tense sentence. Remember what I told you about frequency words, not in past tense. So you say, she slept 8 hours yesterday, or last night, or last Monday. Okay? Let's begin. She usually sleeps 8 hours every day. She slept 8 hours last night. Okay. Robert comes to class at 7 o'clock. He came to class at 7 o'clock yesterday. I stand before the whiteboard every day. I stood before the whiteboard yesterday. Maria and Helen do their homework every day. They did their homework last night. We see the web page each morning. We saw the web page yesterday morning. The pupils always sit in the front of the room. They sat in the front of the room yesterday. Mrs. Amir gets a newspaper every morning. She got a newspaper last night. She writes her letters every afternoon. She wrote her letters last night. We usually have 2 eggs for breakfast. We had 2 eggs for breakfast yesterday. I usually sleep for 8 hours. I slept for 8 hours last night. They go to the opera on Wednesdays. They went to the opera last night. That's very good. And now let's try an exercise. In the following exercise, we'll continue our work with irregular verbs and past tense. You'll have the opportunity to write sentences using the past tense forms of these irregular verbs. Pretty easy. You'll see the present tense sentence, Maria goes to a concert every month, and your job is to write the past tense sentence, Maria went to a concert 2 days ago or last night. Be sure you write a past time expression, right? Okay? So put your program on pause, look at your study guide, and continue the exercise. Return here when you're finished. Okay, let's review that exercise. You saw the present tense sentence, Maria goes to a concert every month, and you wrote the sentence using a past tense verb. Maria went to a concert 2 days ago. And then she enjoyed music last evening. They worked in the house yesterday morning. I had a cup of tea last evening. They saw Mrs. Cruz last night. We ate breakfast early last Sunday. And they stood in line in the cafeteria yesterday. Very good. Hello there. In this lesson, we will learn to make past tense verbs negative. We use the auxiliary verb did with the word not to make negatives. And we will look at simple past tense yes/no questions. First, let's look at the list of negatives. Notice the combination with did and not to create negatives. So we have the subject, and then did, and then not, and then the base form of the verb. So, I did not go to the party last night. Base form of the verb. You did not sleep 8 hours last night. Maria did not come to class yesterday. Robert did not get a fax last evening. He did not have good luck yesterday. We did not learn the lesson yesterday. They did not eat in a restaurant yesterday. So compare, he didn't play the piano last night, contraction for did not, and we didn't listen to the radio yesterday. Same story, contraction. Notice the contractions of negative forms are very easy and regular. They combine did and not, didn't. Okay, now look at this graphic. There are answers with past tense forms of some verbs. So, Maria fried the eggs. Question, did Maria fry the eggs? Yes, she did. Or, no, she did not. No, she didn't. She walked to the library. Question, did she walk to the library? Yes, she did. No, she didn't. We had chicken for lunch. Question, did we have chicken for lunch? Yes, we did. Or, no, we didn't. Now, first, look how we made the questions. We use the auxiliary verb did for past, right? Did. Then the subject, then the verb. Just as we use do before the subject in the present tense questions. And we use the base form of the verb. Now look at the short answers. Contractions are regular forms, right? We almost always use contractions in short answers. Sometimes we use the long form, but for emphasis. No, she did not. Something like that. Okay? Well, let's practice making some negative statements with did and not and the base form. I'll say the affirmative statement and you will make the negative statements. Pretty easy stuff. For example, I'll say, he had good luck yesterday, and you'll say, he didn't have good luck yesterday. I'll say, Rosalino got a good grade. You'll say, he didn't get a good grade. Pretty easy. All right, here we go. He had good luck yesterday. He didn't have good luck yesterday. That's right, did not. Rosalino got a good grade. He didn't get a good grade. Maria came to class late. She didn't come to class late. Good. He stood in line for 2 hours. He didn't stand in line for 2 hours. We ate bread and cheese. We didn't eat bread and cheese. They played football all day. They didn't play football all day. Good. We went to the theater. We didn't go to the theater. The instructors sat in front. They didn't sit in front. Okay, did you notice past time expressions like yesterday or last night are not always necessary because we hear the past tense form. We hear did and the past tense form of the verb. All right, now I'll ask you some questions and you provide short answers. Pretty easy stuff. I say, did you study English Friday? And you say, tell me the truth. Yes, I did, or no, I didn't. And did you watch television last night? Tell me the truth. Yes, I did. Okay, here we go. Did you study English yesterday? No, I didn't. Alas. Did you watch television last night? Yes, I did. Or, no, I didn't. Did you eat dinner at 6 o'clock? Yes, I did. Okay. Did you write your homework last night? No, I didn't. All right. Did you go to the movies Sunday? Yes, I did. Did you stand in line at school? No, I didn't. Did you cook dinner last night? Yes, I did. Good. Did you watch an English DVD? Yes, I did. Did you do the last exercise correctly? Yes, I did. That's very good. All right, let's do an exercise. In this exercise, you will write short answers to questions, and then you must also write the same idea in a complete sentence. First the answer, then a statement. So you'll see, did Maria cook the pasta? And you'll write, no, she didn't. And then Maria didn't cook the pasta. Or if you say, yes, she did, if you write, yes, she did, then you will also write, Maria cooked the pasta. Okay, one more. Did we go to the theater last night? And you answer, no, we didn't. Then you also write, we didn't go to the theater last night. Pretty fun, huh? Okay. Put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. Come back here when you finish. Let's review. You saw, did Maria cook the pasta yesterday? And you answered and wrote, yes, she did. And then you wrote, Maria cooked the pasta yesterday. Next, you wrote, yes, we did. We went to the theater last night. Or you wrote, no, we didn't. We didn't go to the theater last night. And no, they didn't. Robert and Maria didn't go to San Francisco last month, or they didn't go last month. Yes, he did. The professor wrote the lesson. Yes, you did. You came to class yesterday. No, she didn't. Miss Robinson didn't go to the baseball game. No, he didn't. He didn't talk in the class yesterday. And finally, no, he didn't. He didn't see Maya yesterday afternoon. Good job. Hello again. In this lesson, we continue work with the simple past tense. We will look at various WH word questions with the past tense. Look at this graphic. Common questions in the simple past are made with the WH question words why, where, when, and what time, just as we make them in the present tense. So the questions, why did you go? Answers, I had an appointment, or because I had an appointment, or I went because I had an appointment. Why asks for reasons. Where did you sleep? At my friend's house, or I slept at my friend's house. Where for location. When did you leave? Yesterday, or I left yesterday. When for time. And what time did you leave? At midnight. I left at midnight. I left at 12 o'clock. What time? Specific time. Notice that there are both short answers and long answers. Also notice that the expressions when and what time both ask for time information. However, what time is very specific, usually asking for clock time. When can be used with any time expression. All right. Now look at this graphic. Because is a word that signals an explanation, gives a reason. So because I didn't have time, or because she forgot her handbag, or because they didn't have enough money, because he wasn't in the library, because Stefano used all of the gasoline. These are reasons, or excuses, but reasons. And then why, the question word, asks for reasons, and because indicates the reasons. So, why didn't you visit the museum? I didn't have time, or because I didn't have time. Why did Yukiko leave the restaurant? Because she forgot her handbag. Why didn't they buy the fax machine? Because they didn't have enough money. Why didn't he study with Ramon? Because he wasn't in the library. Or why didn't they drive to Chicago? Because Stefano used all of the gasoline. Okay? Let's try a practice now. Listen carefully while I read the following passage. It's about Yukiko's experience at a bank. You know, a bank is a place where we keep money. Okay. Last Tuesday, Yukiko needed to make a bank deposit, and she also needed some cash. On her lunch break, at about 12:15, She visited the branch of First National Bank near her office. She went first to a table which held banking forms. She filled out her deposit slip, and she endorsed the 2 checks which she wanted to deposit. She put these things in a deposit envelope and walked to one of the automatic teller machines. She put her bank card in the ATM slot, automatic teller machine, entered the necessary information, put her deposit envelope in another ATM slot, and the transaction was complete. Next, she entered the information for a cash withdrawal from her checking account, put her card in the slot again, and took the cash as it dropped from another slot in the machine. It was fast and easy. Notice, there are a lot of new words in the exercise, right? Bank deposit, cash, money, no doubt, right? Branch is a different location for the bank, not the head office, a different location. Filled out, we often use for complete or right. Slip is another word for form. Endorse is another word for signing. And checks, you know, are those that we write. Automatic teller machine, those are the machines. And transaction is the job to be done. Withdrawal, taking money out. Checking account is that account that you write checks against. And there you have it. Now, watch the screen closely. I'm going to read these sentences one more time. Last Tuesday, Yukiko needed to make a bank deposit, and she also needed some cash. On her lunch break, at about 12:15, she visited the branch of First National Bank near her office. She went first to a table which held banking forms. She filled out her deposit slip, and she endorsed the 2 checks which she wanted to deposit. She put these things in a deposit envelope and walked to one of the automatic teller machines. She put her bank card in the ATM slot, entered the necessary information, put her deposit envelope in another ATM slot, and the transaction was complete. Next, she entered the information for a cash withdrawal from her checking account, put her card in the slot again, and took the cash as it dropped from another slot in the machine. It was fast and easy. All right, let's practice. Listen while I ask WH questions. Where, when, what time, why. And I'll ask those questions about the bank passage. Listen carefully, then try to say an answer. Speak aloud, of course. Let's begin. Why did Yukiko go to the bank? And you say, because she needed to make a deposit. Or, she needed to make a deposit. Pretty easy, right? So here we go. Why did Yukiko go to the bank? Exactly, because she needed to make a deposit. Now listen to this one. When did Yukiko go to the bank? She went to the bank last Tuesday. That's right, or she went on her lunch break. Great. How about, what time did Yukiko go to the bank? Yes, you could say that. She went to the bank on her lunch break, or you could say the precise time at 12:15. She went to the bank at 12:15. Good. And where did Yukiko go last Tuesday? Yeah, that's easy. She went to the bank, or simply to the bank. Let's try that practice again, because it involves all 4 question words. Okay. Why did Yukiko go to the bank? Precisely, because she needed to make a deposit. When did Yukiko go to the bank? She went last Tuesday. What time did Yukiko go to the bank? She went on her lunch break, or she went to the bank at 12:15. And where did Yukiko go last Tuesday? Yes, indeed, she went to the bank. That's great. Now, I have an exercise for you. And in the exercise, you will practice with WH questions in the past tense. You'll see sentences from the passage about Yukiko's visit to the bank. Your job is to write an appropriate WH word question. So use where, when, what time, or why. Here's an example. You'll see Yukiko needed some cash. And you will write an appropriate question. Why did Yukiko go to the bank? Because? That's it. Because she needed some cash. Pretty easy, huh? Okay. Pause your program. Look at your study guide and complete the exercise. Let's review that exercise about the bank passage. You saw Yukiko needed some cash, and you wrote the question, why did Yukiko go to the bank? Then you saw she needed to make a deposit, and you wrote, why did she go to the bank? Okay. And then Yukiko went to the bank last Tuesday. You wrote, where did she go last Tuesday? Or you may have written, when did Yukiko go to the bank? Tuesday. You saw she went on her lunch break, and you wrote, what time did she go? Or when did she go to the bank? And you saw she went to the bank about 12:15. You wrote, what time did she go? Excellent work. Welcome back. In this lesson, we will study the imperative in English. The imperative is a verb form which we use for commands. It's very easy. Also for requests and for giving instructions. We'll continue to use the banking vocabulary from the last lesson. Look at the graphic. We use the base form, the simple form of the verb to make the imperative. Write clearly. Be careful. Open the door. Very simple stuff. We use don't or do not for the negative. Don't open the door. And we can use frequency adverbs before the imperative also. Never open the door, children. Notice that the verb form doesn't change. Why? Because we understand that the subject of the sentence is always you. You, second person, or you all. You. It isn't necessary to write the subject, and we don't. Now, as I said, the imperative also includes requests and instructions. So look at the graphic. You'll see some polite requests. Please don't smoke here. Open the window, please. Please take this form to the teller. Polite. Now, look at these instructions. They might be given by a teacher or an authority, right? Complete the deposit slip by writing the total amount. Write your last name first. Print clearly. Take both forms to the next office. One more thing. For requests that involve the speaker, we use let's, meaning let us. Let's. These are called inclusive requests, right? It includes the speaker. Let's is a contraction for let us, so look at this graphic. Let's take a break. Let's go to the bank on our way to work. Negative. Let's not take our laptops. Let's not spend every penny. And then polite requests also occur as questions. Note these two polite requests. Why don't we go to the office? Why don't we go to the office? Or why don't we take a break? We'll use the imperative in our oral practice, and we'll also use verbs and expressions from the banking passage. Are we ready? Okay. In this practice, we will give oral instructions. Remember to speak aloud, of course. We'll give instructions to Yukiko. Remember, Yukiko is the one who visited the bank. And we'll use verbs and expressions from that passage. You can review the banking passage from the last lesson if you wish. But let's continue. You'll see a verb and a prompt. For example, go and bank. And you'll make the request or the command, Yukiko, please go to the bank. Or, not so polite, Yukiko, go to the bank. Okay? Here's another one. Make deposit. Yukiko, make a deposit at the bank. Or, Yukiko, make a deposit. Okay? Let's try it. Go, bank. Go to the bank. Or, Yukiko, go to the bank. Make deposit. Yukiko, make a deposit. Get cash. Yukiko, get cash. Or Yukiko, get some cash. Endorse the checks. Yukiko, endorse the checks. Fill out slip. Fill out the slip. Easy. Put them envelope. Yukiko, put them in an envelope. Or Yukiko, put them in a deposit envelope. All right? Go ATM. Go to the ATM. Put card. Yukiko, put your card in the ATM slot. Or put your bank card in the ATM slot. Enter the information. Please enter the information on the form. Or Yukiko, enter the information on the deposit slip. And finally, take the cash. Take the cash. Or Yukiko, take the cash. That's good. Now, do you feel like an exercise? All right. Same story. You will be asked to write complete requests or instructions. And you'll be using the same verbs. You'll see go, and then next to go you will write the request, go to the bank. You may make it polite, please go to the bank, and you may include Yukiko, Yukiko, go to the bank. Okay, here's another one. You'll see make, and you'll write, make a deposit, please. Or make a cash withdrawal, please. Or Yukiko, make a deposit. Like that. Pretty easy. Put your program on pause, look at your study guide, and complete that exercise. Return here when you finish. All right, let's review. You saw a verb, go, and you wrote a command or a request using the banking passage information or vocabulary. So, for go, you wrote, please go to the bank on your lunch break. Or Yukiko, go to the bank. Make, you wrote, make a deposit to your account. Get, you wrote, please get some cash. Or Yukiko, please get some cash. Go, you wrote, go to the table which holds the banking forms. Or you wrote, go to the bank. Fill out, you wrote, fill out the deposit slip. Endorse, you wrote, endorse your checks. Put, you wrote, Yukiko, put those things in the deposit envelope. Or Yukiko, put the slip in the deposit envelope. You saw put, and you wrote, put your bank card in the ATM slot. and then enter, you wrote, enter the necessary information. And you saw put again and wrote, put the deposit envelope in the ATM slot, or something like that. Very good job. Hi there. In this lesson, we will learn the use of two important words, some and any. Both words indicate amount. Indicate means to show, right? These words are used often in American English. Look at the graphic. In general, we use some in positive sentences. Yusuf withdrew some money from his bank. Yukiko got some cash from the ATM. And we use any in negative sentences. Hideo doesn't have any American dollars. Yusuf and Yukiko don't have any more money. And in most questions, we also use any. Does Hideo write any checks in Japanese yen? Do the Hills have any computer software? Isn't there any chalk for the blackboard? Okay, but if we expect a yes answer, or if we ask for things, we often use some. Would you like some coffee? Yes. Doesn't the plant need some water? Well, yes, of course it does. Okay, note, any is also used with if. For example, if I get any messages, please tell my assistant. All right. The words some and any are also combined with several other words, just to make it more complicated. Actually, they make useful compound words. Compound means put together. So look at these compounds. Anyone, anybody, anything, anywhere. What's the meaning? It doesn't matter which. Anyone. And someone, somebody, something, somewhere. And the meaning? An unknown person or thing, someone. And they're used just as some and any are used in sentences. Okay, for example, you can play anywhere you wish. I don't feel like doing anything. Raul doesn't love anybody. Or, I'm looking for someone for the new position. Somebody here left the door open. Or, I'm tired of staying in the house, let's go somewhere. All right, let's practice with these. We'll try some negative sentences with the word any. For example, I'll say a verb and object like make money. And you say a negative sentence using make and money. For example, Yukiko didn't make any money. Right. Here's another one. Get cash. Yusuf didn't get any cash. Fun, huh? All right, let's try them. Make money. Yukiko didn't make any money. Get cash. Yusuf didn't get any cash. He didn't get any cash. Good. Let's continue. Want coffee. She didn't want any coffee. Deposit checks. He didn't deposit any checks. Endorse checks. She didn't endorse any checks. Receive email. He didn't receive any email. Washed dishes. They didn't wash any dishes. That's great. Now let's try another kind of practice. this time with compound words with any. Pay close attention so you use the proper form. Things, anything. People, anyone or anybody. Places, anywhere. So I'll say the verb, go, and the subject, Raul, and you'll say, Raul doesn't go anywhere. I'll say another one, go, and Yukiko. You'll say, Yukiko doesn't go anywhere, or Yukiko didn't, past tense, go anywhere. Okay? Here we go. Go, Raul. Raul doesn't go anywhere. Okay? Go, Yukiko. Yukiko didn't go anywhere. That's good. Make, Yusuf. Yusuf didn't make anything. That's great. Get, he. He doesn't get anything. Or past tense, he didn't get anything. All right? Like Raul. Raul doesn't like anybody, people, or he doesn't like anything. Drive, they. They didn't drive anywhere. Visit, she. She doesn't visit anywhere, or people. She doesn't visit anybody. Good. Want, they. They don't want anything. That's great. Let's try an exercise. Okay? In the exercise, you'll have a chance to complete some sentences, and of course, using someone, somebody, something, somewhere. Okay? For example, you'll see an incomplete sentence like, blank left the door open. And you simply write, somebody left the door open, right? Not something, somebody. Or someone. Great. One more. The hills want to go blank. And you write, yes, the hills want to go somewhere. All right? Pause your program, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. Let's review. All right? You saw the blank and then left the door open. You completed the sentence with someone left the door open, or perhaps somebody left the door open. Then, the hills want to go, and you completed somewhere. Something is missing from this list. Good. He wanted somebody to be the director. Someone would be okay. Yukiko went somewhere to get cash. They drove somewhere over the weekend. Maria loves someone, but she won't tell us, or Maria loves somebody. The manager told someone to do the job. Somebody would be okay. And Yusuf walked somewhere after dinner. Finally, Raul put something in the envelope. That's great. Hello there. In this lesson, we will study another group of English pronouns, object pronouns. As we learned in an earlier lesson, pronouns are replacements for words. They're replacements for nouns. We've also already studied subject pronouns like I, we, they, and demonstrative pronouns like this, these. Object pronouns are also very common. Look at the graphic. The object of a sentence usually follows the verb. It provides what or whom information, so a thing or a person. What does Arturo want? The what is, he wants the checkbook. Whom does Yukiko love? I don't know for certain, but she loves somebody, person, right? So the object pronouns, singular ones, me, you, him, her, and it. and then the plural forms us, you, and them. And of course, them can be people and things. Object pronouns can also follow prepositions. So, in this example, Yukiko found the ATM. She put her bank card into it. It refers back to the ATM. Okay, now look at the answers in this graphic. They all use object pronouns, and they refer to Yukiko's trip to the bank. Yes, she found them on a table. You can remember what. And yes, she put it in the ATM slot. You remember. No, he didn't go with her. Yes, she endorsed them in the bank. Yes, she got it from the ATM. All those object pronouns, right? Now, the object pronouns in those answers refer to information in questions. Can you think of the questions? Well, listen carefully. I'll say them. You choose the correct answer from the graphic. So, did Yukiko find deposit slips in the bank? You see on the graphic? Yes, she found them on a table. Did she use her bank card? You see the answer? Yes, she put it in the ATM slot. Did Arturo go with Yukiko to the bank? You see the answer. No, he didn't go with her. And did Yukiko endorse her checks? Yes, she endorsed them in the bank. And did Yukiko get any cash? Answer, you see it. Yes, she got it from the ATM. Okay, now here's a practice with another bank passage. A little different. Listen carefully. The next time Yukiko went to the bank, she didn't use the automatic teller machine. She wanted to purchase some traveler's checks. She had to wait in line until a teller was free. There were 8 tellers serving the customers in the bank. Yukiko walked to teller window number 3. She purchased her traveler's checks. She signed the checks in front of the teller. Then the teller put the checks into a traveler's checkbook. She gave the checks and a receipt to Yukiko. Okay, fairly simple, and we kind of know the vocabulary now. Now listen to the passage just one more time. This time you'll see the objects of each sentence highlighted in the graphic. The next time Yukiko went to the bank, she didn't use the automatic teller machine. She wanted to purchase some traveler's checks. She had to wait in line until a teller was free. There were 8 tellers serving the customers in the bank. Yukiko walked to teller window number 3. She purchased her traveler's checks. She signed the checks in front of the teller. Then the teller put the checks into a traveler's checkbook. She gave the checks and a receipt to Yukiko. Okay, so now it's time for an exercise. You'll have to complete sentences from this passage with the appropriate object pronouns, right? Pay attention to singular and plural words. So, for example, you'll see in your study guide one of the sentences from the passage, and it is, the next time Yukiko went to the bank, she didn't use blank. And you need the appropriate object pronoun for the automatic teller machine. And that would be it, precisely. Okay? Or you will see, she wanted to purchase blank. And that refers to some traveler's checks, so them. Yeah, that's it. Put your program on pause and look at the study guide, complete the exercise, return here. Let's review that exercise. Another bank passage. You saw a sentence with a blank. The next time Yukiko went to the bank, she didn't use, and you provided the appropriate object pronoun for the automatic teller machine, which was it. Second sentence, she wanted to purchase blank, and she wanted to purchase them, you wrote. Next, she had to wait in it for a line until the teller was free. Good. 4, there were 8 tellers serving the customers in it, the bank, right? Yukiko walked to teller window number 3. She purchased them, traveler's checks, right? She signed them in front of the teller. Then the teller put them into it, them, the checks, into an envelope, and she gave them to Yukiko. That's good. Hello again. In this lesson, we'll take up the subject of possessives. Take up means to consider or study, right? We studied possessives a little when we learned about the verb have. The sentence, Grace has an automobile, shows possession, right? Means the automobile belongs to Grace. Another way of saying this is the automobile is hers, or we identify the automobile as belonging to Grace when we say the automobile is Grace's. Grace's. First, let's consider possessive forms of nouns. We make the possessive forms of nouns with apostrophe S. Grace's automobile is red. Umberto's new personal computer is very small. The possessive form of plural nouns and names which end with S is often made with only an apostrophe. So Ross's PC is broken. It doesn't work. You see only an apostrophe, but we usually pronounce Ross's. And you'll see the girls' bicycles are lost. Girls' apostrophe. Okay, what nouns can be made possessive? Look at the sentences in this graphic. A cat's tongue is very rough. That is Grace's new digital camera. The university's buildings are modern and large. The air's fragrance is amazing. Yesterday's bread is hard and stale. The pager's ring is hardly audible. Audible means able to be heard. These nouns are all quite different, right? But in general, certain classes of nouns are made possessive. Living things like cats, including people, Grace. Collective nouns like university, collections of people, offices, buildings, etc. Things from nature like air. The air's fragrance and expressions of time like yesterday or last year's roses. All right? Most other non-living or inanimate things, nouns, are not made possessive. We usually make the noun part of a prepositional phrase. So it's the top of the blackboard, or the kind of computer. Not the computer's kind, the kind of computer, the kind of laptop. Okay, here's a practice. Your job is to make statements using possessive nouns. I'll tell you the noun and some information about it, and you make the noun possessive and complete the statement. It's kind of fun. Here are a couple of examples. I say Grace, automobile. And you say Grace's automobile is red. Or Grace's automobile is broken. Or Grace's automobile is an SUV. I don't care, but that's good. How about Raoul pencil? Raoul's pencil is broken. Raoul's pencil is big. Raoul's pencil is mechanical. That's good. All right, let's try them. Here we go. Grace, automobile. Grace's automobile is an SUV. Good. Raoul, pencil. Raoul's pencil is broken. Maria, printer. Maria's printer is fast. Maria's printer is color capable, okay? Yukiko, checkbook. Yukiko's checkbook is always busy, all right? Yusuf, bank account. Yusuf's bank account is very large. Good. Hideo, deposit. Hideo's deposit is very small. Roberto, uncle. Roberto's uncle is famous, okay? Ahmed, computer. Ahmed's computer is small. Good. Mrs. Hill, dishes. Mrs. Hill's dishes are sparkling clean, yes. The cat, tongue. The cat's tongue is rough. Today, weather. Today's weather is partly cloudy. That's very good. Now we'll continue forming possessive nouns in this exercise. And you'll write sentences with the names of your family members. So in this exercise, you'll see nouns which correspond to members of your family, nouns like sister and mother. And then you must write the names of your relatives with possessive nouns in statements. It's pretty easy. So you'll see sister and a blank line, and you'll write, my sister's name is Maria, for example. Or you'll see father, and you'll write, my father's name is Harold. Pretty easy. Okay? So put your program on pause, look at your study guide, and please do the exercise. Come back here when you finish. All right, let's review that family exercise. Here we go. You saw sister, and you wrote the sentence with the possessive, my sister's name is Minerva. Father, my father's name is Harold. Uncle, my uncle's name is Boris. My aunt's name is Serena. My mother's name is Jocelyn. And my brother's name is Takahiko. My grandfather's name is Gondolfo. And my grandmother's name is Emily. All right? That's fine. Very good. Hello. In this lesson, we'll complete our study of possessive forms. We will take up possessive adjectives and possessive pronouns. They're closely related. Listen carefully and watch the screen while I read the following passage about Maya and Willie. They have just moved into a new apartment. Willie unlocked the apartment door. They both entered the apartment and Maya turned on the overhead light. She said, Willie, I can't believe that this is our apartment. Yes, Willie replied. He pointed to the living room, and I want my desk in that corner. Maya said, okay, you put your desk in that corner. I want to put my desk in our bedroom. We need a convertible sofa for the living room. Then we can invite friends to spend the night, and the sofa will be their bed. Willie said, that's all right with me, but let's move our bed in here first. And what about the cat? Do you have any plans for his bed? Right now he thinks what's ours is his. Okay, listen once more and read along with me as I read the passage again. Now, note the highlighted words in the passage. They are either possessive adjectives or possessive pronouns, and they're used to indicate possession. Here we go. Willie unlocked the apartment door. They both entered the apartment and Maya turned on the overhead light. She said, Willie, I can't believe that this is our apartment. Yes, Willie replied. He pointed to the living room, and I want my desk in that corner. Maya said, okay, you put your desk in that corner. I want to put my desk in our bedroom. We need a convertible sofa for the living room. Then we can invite friends to spend the night, and the sofa will be their bed. Willie said, "That's all right with me, but let's move our bed in here first." "And what about the cat? Do you have any plans for his bed?" "Right now, he thinks what's ours is his." Okay. Now let's take a look at these possessive words. They are both adjectives and pronouns. Look at the graphic. Here are the possessive adjectives: my, your, his, her, its, our, and their, and whose. Now these are possessive adjectives, so they're all used with nouns: my book, your hat, etc. And then the possessive pronouns: mine, yours, his, hers, nothing for it, and then ours, theirs, and whose. Whose in this case is almost always used in questions. Whose book is that? Or whose is that? Okay? Adjectives we learned before precede a noun, come before. So possessive adjectives come before the nouns for which they show possession. Look at these. This is my watch, adjective, right? And then the pronoun, the watch is mine. The visitors will sleep on the sofa. It's their bed, possessive adjective. The bed is theirs, pronoun. Okay, let's return to the passage about Maya and Willie now, and let's identify the possessives. First, our apartment, possessive adjective, right? Belongs to us, apartment, so it's a possessive adjective. Then, my desk, Willie says, belongs to Willie. Your desk, Maya says about Willie's desk, so your desk. My desk for Maya's desk, and our bedroom for the bedroom they share. Their bed for the guests on the sofa bed. And Willie says, our bed, wanting to be moved in first, and he has plans for the cat or his bed. The cat, obviously, is a male. And right now, he, that's the cat again, thinks what's ours, possessive pronoun, is his possessive pronoun. There we have it. Finally, let me explain just a couple of idiomatic expressions. Idiomatic expressions mean peculiar to English. I said originally that this was a passage about Maya and Willie, that they had just moved into an apartment. So move in or move into an apartment or a house or a condominium means to occupy or inhabit or live in for the first time. Turn on, we use with lights and electrical equipment, means to start. And spend the night, not spend the money. Spend the night means to stay for the night. Good. All right, now let's try practice. In this practice, you will have the opportunity to use possessives. I'll say a sentence, you use the information and make a sentence with his, her, their, possessive adjectives, right? Any sentence. So I'll say, Marta is married. And you'll say, her husband is Roberto. Or her children are Cleo and Ruben. Something like that. Another one. I'll say, Roberto is not married. And you'll say, his girlfriend is Rita, or his mother lives in Guatemala, something like that, but with a possessive adjective. All right? Here we go. Marta is married. Okay, her husband is Roberto. Roberto is not married. His girlfriend is Rita, another woman, obviously. His brother owns a restaurant. Okay? Continue. Hideo and Yukiko have 2 children. Their children are intelligent. That's good. Or their children's names are Yoko and Mauru. Good. Professor Hill is a good instructor. His son is also a good teacher. Yeah. The students study very hard. Of course, their grades are very high. The bicycle is in the street. Its wheel is broken. Bicycle, right? Or its tire is flat. Yukiko withdrew some money. All right, her account is finished. Now, let's do an exercise. In the exercise, we'll finish our work with possessives, and you'll complete sentences using the appropriate possessive adjective or possessive pronoun. Remember, adjective will be followed by a noun. The pronoun acts all by itself. For example, you'll see Robert has a book, and then blank book is War and Peace. You'll write his in the blank, the appropriate possessive adjective, right? Pretty easy. Here's another example. Raul and Marta own jackets. Marta's jacket is blue. His is brown. Okay? Possessive pronoun. Good. Pause your program. Look at the study guide. Complete this exercise, then return. Let's review the possessives. So you saw a sentence with a blank. Robert has a book. Blank book is War and Peace. And you provided the possessive, in this case, possessive adjective. His book is War and Peace, his referring to Robert. Then you did his is brown for Raoul's jacket, and then you did her husband is an engineer for Marta's, and her account is large, referring to Yukiko, and his is quite small, referring to Hideo. And her children are adults. Her refers to Mrs. Hill. They want their children to succeed. There refers to Professor and Mrs. Hill. Its chair is soft. Its refers to the cat. The students pay attention to his lectures. His refers to the professor. And the professor prepares his lectures carefully. His refers to the professor. Good job. Hello there. In this lesson, we'll begin our study of the present continuous tense in English. Sometimes this verb tense is called the present progressive tense. In any case, it's peculiar to English, and it has a very limited use, but common. The main verb in this tense is always formed with an ing form. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm teaching an English lesson now. Now you'll notice when I said it, I was also teaching it. The action is now, right present. I'm completing the action now. Same story. I'm speaking now, actually at this particular time. Okay. And if you are going to ask a question of me, then the question takes this form. What are you doing now? Okay? Now, take a look at this illustration. We use the present continuous tense in English to show action at the time of speaking. Action occurring now. We can't go outside. It's raining. It's raining now, right? We can't go outside. The children can't play. They're studying now. They are studying. They're working very hard now. Are working. So, this tense is made of two verb forms, a form of the verb be and the main verb in an ing form. Take a look at this, be and the verb in the ing form. So I am is the be form, writing on the blackboard now, or she is making a bank deposit. He is making a bank deposit. We are withdrawing the cash. You are withdrawing the cash. They are withdrawing the cash. Be plus ing verb. A few more points about this present continuous tense. The verb form makes regular be verb contractions. So I'm working now. I'm studying now. He, she, or it's. He's studying now. He's speaking now. We're speaking. You're speaking. They're speaking. And negatives. Negative verb forms also make regular be verb negatives. So it's kind of easy. She is not paying the bill. Or contracted, she's not paying the bill. Okay? And questions? Same story. They're regular, inverting or reversing subject and verb. Are you banking at First National? Yes, I am. Is Yukiko making a deposit? Yes, she is. Okay? The be verb is called the auxiliary verb, auxiliary helping, and the ing verb is called the main verb. Good. So let's try a practice. I'll make requests, polite requests, of course, and you can make present continuous tense sentences with I, we, she, it, he, they. Okay? So for example, I'll say, Juan, please write your name now. And you'll say, if you're Juan, for example, I'm writing my name now. Or if you want to comment about Juan, you can say, he's writing his name now. Is writing. Okay? Another example, all of you, please make bank deposits. And you'll say, we're making bank deposits. Okay, let's go. Juan, please write your name. He's writing his name. Good. Or Juan is writing his name. All of you, please make bank deposits. Yeah, we're making bank deposits. Helen, please withdraw $100. She's withdrawing $100 now, or Helen's withdrawing $100 now. Please put your bank card in the ATM slot. Okay, we're putting our bank cards in the ATM slot. You, please go to the teller's window. I'm going to the teller's window, or I'm going to the teller's window now. Juan and Helen, please ask the teller for some traveler's checks. Yes, so they're asking the teller for some traveler's checks. And all of us, let's sit in our chairs. Okay, we're sitting in our chairs. Great. All right, let's do an exercise. In this exercise, you'll have practice writing present continuous tense sentences. In your study guide, you'll see sentence prompts for each sentence. A prompt is a clue or a hint. So you'll see the adult, the piano, play. And you'll write, the adult is playing the piano, or pronoun. He is playing the piano, she is playing the piano. Another example, Yukiko, some cash, deposit. And you write, Yukiko is depositing some cash. Good. All right, let's try them. Pause your program, look at your study guide, and please do the exercise. Return here afterwards. Let's review that exercise. You saw 3 prompts, the adult, the piano, play, and you wrote present tense continuous sentence. The adult is playing the piano, or you used a pronoun. He is playing the piano. Next one, Yukiko is depositing some cash. They are living on the peninsula now. He's reading a long passage, or Raoul is reading a long passage. Rebecca is providing for her children. Mina and Farah are withdrawing all of their savings, or they are withdrawing all of their savings. She is opening a bank account. Hideo and Yukiko are exchanging their yen, or they're exchanging their yen. That's very good. Back again. In this lesson, we will continue our practice with the present continuous tense. We learned that this verb tense expresses action occurring now, or at the time of speaking, or at the time of action. Look at these other uses. We use the present continuous tense when we talk about events which happen approximately at the time of speaking. You'll see what I mean. Maria is studying English this semester. Farah and Hideo are saving money to buy a car. Roberto says that he is reading a great book. All right? And we use this verb tense when we discuss or talk about things which happen around the present time. Here are some examples. This summer, Roberto is building a house. These days, everyone is studying Japanese. Or nowadays, people are buying very expensive computer monitors. Okay? Notice that these sentences all express actions which are processes, ing, that the action takes time for its completion, is building, is studying, are buying, and we say the action is continuous. Okay? So, remember this question from the last lesson? What are you doing? Look at all the possibilities. What am I doing? What are you doing? What is she doing? What are we doing? And what are they doing? Okay, the questions are formed in the present continuous tense, is doing, are doing. And they ask for information in the same tense. So the answers look like this, right? I'm watching television. You're listening to the radio. She's saving to buy an automobile. We're trying to learn English. And they're teaching us Italian. Okay, let's try some practice. Let's practice some of these present continuous verb expressions. And this is an oral practice, so please speak aloud. We'll use sentences which involve time around the time of speaking. Involves means refer to or associate with. I'll ask a question about you, about him or her, or about us, or about them. What is Alex doing nowadays? Answer, any answer. He is writing his master's thesis, or he is studying French, or he is saving to buy a house. Good, right? Is saving. Let's try another example. What are you doing these days? You could say, I'm learning to drive, or I'm studying to be a medical doctor, or I'm collecting stamps. Okay? Let's begin. What is Alex doing nowadays? You bet, he's writing his master's thesis. What are you doing these days? I'm studying French. What's he doing? He's writing a book. Great. What are you doing these days? I'm collecting foreign coins. That's good. What are they doing this week? They're learning a dialogue. Good. What are Maria and Hideo doing nowadays? They're withdrawing money, right? Or they're studying English. Good. What am I doing this season? As always, you're teaching English. What's she doing this evening? Great. She's studying for her examination. That's perfect. Now, are you ready for an exercise? Okay. So we'll use some new verbs in presenting continuous situations. These verbs are used to indicate changing situations, ing situations, right? Look at the words listed at the beginning of the exercise: become, change, drop, fall, get, grow, improve, increase, rise. You'll need to complete each sentence with the appropriate verb. And you'll need to make the verb present continuous. So, for example, you'll see the number of people in the world blank, and you'll choose the word, change. Is changing, or increase, is increasing, right? Here's another one. Nowadays, foreign language instruction, same thing. You could choose the word change. Foreign language instruction is changing. Great. Okay. Pause your program, look at your study guide, and continue the exercise. Then return here. All right, let's review the exercise. You saw the sentence, the number of people in the world, and you chose a word from the word list, change, and you wrote, the number of people in the world is changing. Great. Then, nowadays, foreign language instruction is improving. Everything is changing. Nothing stays the same. The world economy is becoming worse every day. Good. Nowadays, medical knowledge is improving rapidly. Okay? Children of today are becoming smarter or are getting smarter. Good. The number of jobs these days is increasing. Okay. And supermarket prices are increasing very fast or are rising very fast. Good job. Hello again. In this lesson, we will consider WH question words with the present continuous tense. You'll remember these questions from the last lesson. What are you doing? Answer, I'm withdrawing some money. What is he doing? He's making a deposit. What are they doing? They are waiting for a teller. We learned in the last lesson that these questions require present continuous tense statements for answers. The answer to what is actually a verb, present continuous. So what means withdrawing something or waiting for something. All right? Now let's look at some additional WH question words, and we will see them in present continuous tense questions. We use what, who, where, and why in present continuous tense questions also. Notice that each asks for different information. What are you withdrawing? I'm withdrawing some money. What asks for objects or things? Whom are they waiting for? They're waiting for a teller. Whom asks for people. And where are they banking? They're banking at First National. where asked for a location or place. Okay? What for actions or objects, who for people, and where, location or place. And why, listen to this, why are they making a deposit? They need to write checks. Why asks for the reason or explanation. Notice that the reason for information, that information is making a deposit. They are making a deposit because they need to write checks. Let's practice some of these questions, and I'd like you to speak out loud. I'll present some information, and you make a present continuous tense question. Pay attention to the information. So, for example, I'll say the information, making a deposit, and you create the question. What's he doing? What's she doing? She's making a deposit. Okay? Because they need cash. Why are they withdrawing some cash? Why are they withdrawing some money? Because they need cash. Okay? Let's try these. Making a deposit. What's she doing? Perfect. Because they need cash. Why are they withdrawing some money? That's good. Using an ATM. What's he doing? Exactly. At the teller's window. Where are they standing? Good. Or where are they waiting? Perfect. Because she wants traveler's checks. Yes. Why is she standing in line? Or another one, why is she going to the bank? Signing her traveler's checks. What is she doing? Yes. Because we want to learn English. Why are we studying? Or why are we practicing? Right? Exchanging yen for dollars. What is he doing? Okay. You could say, what is he exchanging? That's great. Now, are you ready for an exercise? All right. In this exercise, we'll continue making questions in the present continuous tense. In this exercise, however, you'll see a sentence like, Yukiko is buying traveler's checks, and you must write an appropriate question, okay? So, what is she doing? Or what is Yukiko doing? Yukiko is making a deposit at the bank. You could write, what is she doing? Okay, good. Put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and continue the exercise. Then return here. Let's review. Yukiko is buying traveler's checks. That's what you saw. And you wrote the question. What is she doing? Good. Yukiko is making a deposit at First National Bank. You wrote, what is she doing? Where is she making a deposit? Is also good. You saw Maria is using the internet. You wrote, what is she doing? Exactly. The Hills are moving into a new house. You wrote, what are they doing? Or maybe you wrote, where are they moving? Into a new house. Good. Willie and Maya are buying a sofa. You wrote, what are they doing? Maybe you wrote, what are they buying? Also good. And they are moving their desks. What are they doing? Or maybe, what are they moving? Also good. And finally, the cat is sleeping on their bed. You wrote, what is sleeping on their bed? Maybe. Or who is sleeping on their bed? Maybe. Or where is it sleeping? It, the cat. That's good. And a good job. I'm back. In this lesson, we will compare the verb tense we have just studied Just means very recently, right? That is present continuous tense. And we'll compare it to the simple present tense. Listen to these statements and listen carefully to the verb tenses. Gerard is a bus driver in the city. He isn't driving a bus today, however. Today is his day off. A day off is a vacation day. He usually takes Wednesdays off, but this month he is taking Saturdays off. He is also taking tomorrow off. So what is Gerard doing now? He's sleeping in. Although his alarm clock went off an hour ago, Gerard is still asleep. What's Gerard doing on his day off? He's sleeping in. To sleep in means to sleep longer than usual in the morning. Okay? Now, I'm going to read those statements again. Look at the statements on screen. Gerard is a bus driver in the city. He isn't driving a bus today, however. Today is his day off. He usually takes Wednesdays off, but this month he is taking Saturdays off. He is also taking tomorrow off. So what is Gerard doing now? He's sleeping in. Although his alarm clock went off an hour ago, Gerard is still asleep. What's Gerard doing on his day off? He's sleeping in. Okay, as you have heard and seen, there are several verb tenses in this passage. You know all of the verbs from previous lessons. You know their meanings. There are be verbs and other verbs. Now let's look at some of these verbs in detail. They are actually two-word verbs. You can see them highlighted in the bus driver passage. There is take time off, like take Wednesday off, or take off time, take off Wednesday. Take something off, clothes, for example, or take off something, and then take off an amount. For example, take 10% off of the price, or take an amount off, take 10% off. Okay? There's also alarms or bells or bombs that go off. As in our passage, the alarm clock went off, and then go off someplace, location, or go off with somebody, and then, as in our text, sleep in, to sleep longer. Those are just a few examples of two-word verbs, but they are a lot and very common in English. They're called phrasal verbs. All right, let's practice some of those phrasal verbs now. I'll ask a question in the present or present continuous tense, and then I'll say a prompt for information, and you'll make the sentence. For example, what's he taking off? Glasses. And you make the sentence, he's taking off his glasses. Another one, what's he taking off? His tie. You say, he's taking off his tie. Okay, let's try them. What's he taking off? Glasses. He's taking off his glasses. Good. What's he taking off? His shoes. He's taking off his shoes. All right. What's going off? The alarm clock. The alarm clock is going off. Good. When are they taking off? Wednesday. They're taking off Wednesday. When does she take off? Sunday. She takes off Sunday. Good. When does the alarm usually go off? 7 o'clock. It usually goes off at 7 o'clock, or the alarm usually goes off at 7 o'clock. What are they taking off? Jackets. They're taking off their jackets. Good. Now listen to this one. Why is Gerard taking off? Because. Good, because he is sleeping in. Okay. And how much is he taking off the price? $18. Okay, he's taking off $18, or he's taking $18 off of the price. That's great. Now let's try an exercise. This exercise is based on the passage about Gerard. So you've got a couple of things to do. You must identify the verbs in each sentence. There might be more than one, and they might be two-word verbs. Write the verb, and then write the verb tense. Present, present continuous, or just past. Kind of fun, huh? Let's do a couple of examples. Gerard is a bus driver in the city. The verb is, and the verb tense, present. Let's look at another one. He isn't driving a bus today, however. The verb isn't driving, and the tense, present continuous. Okay? Put your program on pause and look at the study guide. Complete this exercise, and we'll review it later. Okay, let's review that exercise. You saw Gerard is a bus driver in the city. Main verb is, present tense. He isn't driving a bus today, however. Isn't driving, present continuous tense. Today is his day off. Main verb is, present. He usually takes Wednesdays off. Takes off, present tense. But this month he is taking Saturdays off. Is taking off, present continuous tense. He is also taking tomorrow off. Is taking off, present continuous tense. So what is Gerard doing now? Is doing, present continuous tense. He's sleeping in. Is sleeping in, present continuous tense. Although his alarm clock went off an hour ago, went off, past tense. Gerard is still asleep. Is main verb, present tense. What's Gerard doing on his day off? Is doing, present continuous tense. He's sleeping in. Is sleeping in, present continuous tense. That's a good job. Hello again. This lesson is a review lesson. We'll review the uses of the present tense and the present continuous tense. At the same time, we will focus on some new verbs and vocabulary items. First, look at this diagram. It shows both tenses related to similar uses. Okay? So, affirmative, Raul usually exchanges money every month. He is exchanging some now. And now, negative statements. Raul doesn't make deposits every month. He isn't making a deposit now. Questions, yes and no. Do the bank officers treat their clients politely? Are they treating them nicely now? And then WH questions. What does Rita do in New York? Or what is she doing now? Note, the first example in each of those groups uses a simple present verb. The second uses present continuous. All right? Let's begin our review with some easy questions. Look at the graphic. Deposit, treat means to act toward. Exchange, build. Audit means to count, as in account, and it also means to listen to. Withdraw, use, reconcile means to compare successfully, right? All right, these verbs can all be used in a banking environment. Environment means location. So let's do a practice. I'll say a proper noun, a name, or a pronoun, and I will also say a verb. And you say two questions. one in the present tense and one using present continuous tense. Not so hard, and it's kind of interesting. Remember to use time expressions. They will help. So, I say he and deposit, and you do. Does he often deposit money in the bank, or does he deposit money in the bank? That's one kind. And then, is he depositing money in the bank now? Present continuous. Okay? Let's try another. The bankers treat. Do the bankers usually treat their clients well, politely, nicely? And are they treating their clients well now? Good. Let's go. He, deposit. Does he often deposit money in the bank? Good. Is he depositing money in the bank now? The key is now, right? Okay. The bankers treat. Do the bankers treat their clients well? Are they treating their clients well now? Perfect. Let's go. She exchange. Does she exchange money on Fridays, every day, something like that? And is she exchanging money now or right now? Good. They build. Do they regularly build on their reputation? Or do they regularly build houses? Okay. Are they building houses now? Are they building their savings accounts now? That's good. Hideo, use. Does Hideo ever use the ATM or the automatic teller machine? And is he using the ATM now? That's very good. The customer means buyer, the customer reconcile. Yeah, that's tough. Does the customer reconcile his bank account regularly? Okay. And now? Is he reconciling his bank account now? Good. The bank teller, audit. Does the bank teller always audit his accounts? And now? Is he auditing his accounts now? Or is she auditing her accounts now? That's good and tough. So let's maybe try an exercise now. Okay, in the exercise we will continue the use of both present and present continuous tenses, complete sentences. The point of this exercise is for you to complete the sentences with negative verb forms. For example, you'll see they, blank, deposit money in their account every day. Every day is a signal there, right? And you write, they don't deposit money in their account every day. Or you will see Hideo and Yukiko blank reconcile their checkbooks now. Now is the key. Hideo and Yukiko aren't reconciling their checkbooks now. Not so tough and kind of interesting. Okay? So put your program on pause, look at your study guide, and please continue the exercise. Let's review that exercise. These were verbs in both present and present continuous tense sentences. You saw they blank deposit money in their account every day, and you wrote they don't deposit money in their account every day. Next, Hideo and Yukiko aren't reconciling their checkbooks now, and the bankers don't usually treat their customers badly. He doesn't exchange his dollars on Wednesday. Maria doesn't withdraw money from her account every month. She isn't auditing her bank statement right this minute. Hideo and Yukiko don't usually treat their clients badly. Most customers don't build on their savings accounts. They aren't using their savings right now. The bankers aren't auditing their daily activity now. That's good. Hello again. In this lesson, we'll take up another English verb tense, the past continuous tense. It's easy. But right now, let me mention two grammar points. Mention means to talk about, right? First, I said we will take up another English verb tense. Take up is another good example of a two-word verb, or what we call phrasal verb. In an earlier lesson, I told you that take up means consider or think about. We use a lot of phrasal verbs in English. Second, the verb tense for this lesson, the past continuous tense, is really quite easy. It's very simple and it's very similar to the present continuous tense. It's formed similarly. It's used for a continuing action, and the main verb is also formed with ing. Listen carefully. I will describe an imaginary situation. An imaginary situation is make-believe or unreal. Listen. The airport scare. Several people were waiting in the international airport yesterday. Some people were waiting to check their bags. Some were waiting to purchase airline tickets. Many were waiting to board their flights. A few people were having drinks at the bar. Some were eating in the cafeteria, and some were dozing in their seats in the waiting room. Suddenly, the security police arrived. They ordered everyone to evacuate the airport building. Okay? Evacuate means to leave. Now, before I read this imaginary situation again, I want to introduce you to the verbs in the passage. Look at the verbs. Here they are in the graphic. Wait and waiting plus verb. Waiting to go, waiting to check, waiting to purchase, waiting to board. Check. Purchase. Board. Have with food and drink. Eat. Doze. Arrive. Order. And evacuate. So I told you we have waiting with the verb, waiting to go, waiting to purchase, but we have having with a noun, having drinks. Okay? All right, I'll read the passage one more time, this time emphasizing the past continuous verb forms. The airport scare. Several people were waiting in the international airport yesterday. Some people were waiting to check their bags. Some were waiting to purchase airline tickets. Many were waiting to board their flights. A few people were having drinks at the bar. Some were eating in the cafeteria, and some were dozing in their seats in the waiting room. Suddenly, the security police arrived. They ordered everyone to evacuate the airport building. Okay. Notice that all of the verb forms are plural, were, and notice that just as the present continuous is made of a be verb and another verb, so is the past continuous. Look at this graphic. Continuous tenses, present, now. I am waiting in the airport now. Past. Yesterday. I was waiting in the airport yesterday, too. As I said, it is an easily formed verb tense. In the case of the past continuous tense, the past be verb forms are used. Look at this graphic. I was waiting. You were waiting. She, he, it was waiting. We were waiting, and they were waiting. All right? Now we are ready to practice this form orally, which means you've got to speak aloud. And one question we might ask about the airport scene is, what was happening? What was going on? Notice, was happening, was going on. Two-word verb, but in any case, past continuous tense. For this practice, I will ask you about imaginary people in the imaginary airport situation. Sometimes I will give them names, sometimes I won't. And you will answer with any of the activities in the passage on screen. It's quite easy, but fairly interesting. For example, what were some of the people doing in the airport yesterday? You could say they were waiting to purchase airline tickets, or they were having a drink at the bar. Got the picture? Okay, let's try this. What were some of the people doing in the airport yesterday? They were having a drink at the bar. Great. What was William doing in the airport yesterday? He was waiting to check his bags. Or he was dozing in his seat. Good. What was Maya doing in the airport yesterday? She was eating in the cafeteria. Good. What were you doing in the airport yesterday? I was waiting to buy an airline ticket. I was waiting to board my flight. Okay. What were they doing in the airport yesterday? They were waiting to board their flights. Or they were sending email in the internet cafe. What were Hideo and Yukiko doing in the airport? They were eating in the cafeteria, or they were reading their email in the internet cafe. What were some people doing in the airport? Yeah, some people were dozing in their seats. That's great. Good job. All right, let's go to the exercise and we'll continue working on this past continuous tense. You'll see a list of activities and the times that Maria did these activities yesterday. Your job, write the sentences with past continuous tense verbs. All right? So, for example, you'll see at 7 o'clock had breakfast. And you'll write, Maria was having breakfast at 7 o'clock. Or, at 7 o'clock, Maria was having breakfast. Both are good. Here's another example. You'll see, at noon, ate lunch. And you will write, Maria was eating lunch at noon, or Maria was eating lunch at midday. Same story. Okay, pause your program, look at your study guide, and please do the exercise. Then come back here. Let's review that exercise. You were making sentences with Maria, right? And past continuous tense. You saw the prompt at 7 o'clock and had breakfast, and you wrote, Maria was having breakfast at 7 o'clock. Next, Maria was eating lunch at noon, or 12 o'clock. Maria was taking a nap at 3. Maria was reading a newspaper at 10 o'clock in the morning. At midnight, Maria was sleeping soundly. Or, Maria was sleeping soundly at midnight. Next, Maria was having dinner at 8 in the evening. Maria was washing some clothes at 4. And Maria was watching television at 6 o'clock. Very good. Hi there. In this lesson, we will use the past continuous tense from a new perspective. Perspective means point of view. This perspective is the use of the past continuous tense as a background action. It is a background action for a more important action, just like the background in a stage. Look at this diagram. The past continuous tense can provide background action for another more important past tense action. Background action, Ronaldo was waiting for his flight. Most important action, when the accident occurred. Past continuous and then past tense, main action. The children were having breakfast when the alarm clock went off. I was having a drink at the bar when they announced my flight. Yukiko was waiting to board her flight when the bankers called. It was raining very hard when the airplane finally took off. The girls were checking their bags when the flight departed. Oh dear, they missed it. Note, in each of these sentences, there are really two sentences, or clauses, we call them, right? One clause contains the background verb. Ronaldo was waiting for his flight. One clause contains the main event, when the accident occurred. The first action is continuous, therefore kind of like a background, and the second action is short, happens quickly. All right, look at the clauses in this graphic. I was waiting to board my flight. They were having tea. We were waiting in line. Each of these clauses prepares for another clause, which will complete the sentence, which will provide really the main event. Now look at the completing clauses. They provide the main action. When the accident occurred. I was waiting to board my flight when the accident occurred. When the bell rang. They were having tea when the bell rang. And when the flight left. We were waiting in line when the flight left. All right. So let's do a little practice. This practice is fairly easy and it's fun. I'll say a main action in the simple past tense, and you must provide the background action. Then you must put both actions into one sentence. Sounds complicated, but it's not bad. Here's an example. I will say when the accident occurred, and you will look on the screen to look at the appropriate material for background information. I was waiting for my flight when the accident occurred. Or they were checking their bags when the accident occurred. All right, let's try another one. When the flight departed. So we were having a drink when the flight departed, and we missed the flight. Or Yukiko was using the ATM when the flight departed, and she missed the flight. All right, let's try these now. When the accident occurred, I was waiting for my flight when the accident occurred. Great. When the flight departed, She was using the ATM when the flight departed. Very good. When the scare happened. They were eating in the cafeteria when the scare happened, right? They were checking their bags when the scare happened. Good. When the police arrived. Okay, we were eating in the cafeteria when the police arrived. When they canceled the flight. Yes, I was waiting to check my bags when they canceled the flight. When they evacuated the building. She was reading a magazine when they evacuated the building. Okay. When the bomb scare occurred. They were dozing in their seats when the bomb scare occurred. When Hideo arrived. Yukiko was checking her bags when Hideo arrived. That's good. Here are some hints for spelling ing verb forms. You'll see the main verb ending form and the ing verb form. So wait and eat, note 2 vowels and 1 consonant, AI and T, and EA and T. Add ing, very simple. Waiting, eating. Depart and check. 2 consonants, right? RT and CK. Just add ing. Departing and checking. Have and reconcile. Now there is a consonant plus E. VE and LE. So we replace the E with ing. And stop, run, 1 vowel, 1 consonant, OP and UN. We add a consonant and then ing. So stop, stopping, and run, running. There you have it. Now an exercise. You'll have a chance to practice spelling ing verbs, of course. At the same time, you'll practice your past continuous verb forms. You will see a list of sentences with blanks. Next to each blank, you'll see a verb. Your task is to fill in the correct form of the verb in the past continuous tense. Not bad. Pay attention to spelling. Let's try these examples. Hideo, blank, reconcile his account. You will write, Hideo was reconciling his account, right? Past continuous tense. Okay. Or you will see, for example, the bankers, blank, treat their clients very kindly. And you will write, the bankers were treating their clients very kindly. Okay? Good. Now pause your program, look at the study guide, and please do the exercise. Then return here. Let's review that exercise. We're doing past continuous verbs, right? So you saw Hideo, blank, reconcile his account, and you made it past continuous by writing Hideo was reconciling his account. Okay. Next, the bankers were treating their clients very kindly. Maria was exchanging her money at the teller's window. The travelers were waiting to check their bags. Raul was having a drink at the bar when the flight arrived. Our friends were eating pizza in the cafeteria when the flight departed. They were practicing their English with the waiter. Both passengers were running to the gate when the flight left. Masayo was using the ATM when the security police arrived. And the visitors were arriving from Cairo when the airport closed. That's a great job. Hello there. In this lesson, we will finish working with the past continuous tense, at least for now. We will also focus upon more sentences containing two different tense clauses. And then we will learn verbs which don't normally occur in the present or the past continuous tenses. First, two sentences with two clauses. We began studying these types of sentences in the last lesson. Look at the two sentences in the graphic. Both sentences contain the same clauses. The boys were waiting in line when the flight departed. When the flight departed, the boys were waiting in line. Both sentences are correct. Each contains a past continuous verb form, were waiting, and each contains a past verb form, departed. Only the sequence of the clauses is different in each sentence. Sequence means order. Now, look at the third sentence. The boys, when the flight departed, were waiting in line. The difference here is that one clause is placed inside another clause. In fact, the main clause, or the main action of the sentence, is interrupted by the when clause. Listen to my voice when I say it again. The boys, when the flight departed, were waiting in line. For right now, we don't care, in this case, care means worry about, we don't care or worry about it because all of these sentences mean essentially the same thing. Each sentence emphasizes something a little differently. Emphasize means make important, right? Notice that the first sentence has no punctuation between clauses. Punctuation means grammar marks, commas, etc. That's because the first sentence has its clauses in normal order. No punctuation. Main clause followed by time clause. Time clauses are adverbial clauses, right? They modify verbs. In the second sentence, the main clause occurs out of order. It's last. The comma or punctuation indicates this change in order. When the flight departed, the boys were waiting in line. Okay? And the third sentence is the most abnormal of all because, as I said, the adverb clause is put right in between the sentence. The main clause is separated by that adverbial clause, and two commas, one on each side, indicate the separation. One thing to remember, when you separate a main clause, you must separate it here between the subject and the verb. Okay, now let's practice these verb tense combinations, past continuous tense with simple past tense. And let's also practice these three different subordinate clause positions. Subordinate means less important, right? So initial means first, final means last, and medial means in between, middle, right? Okay, listen. Initial. When the flight departed, the boys were waiting in line. The adverb clause is in the initial position. And the second one, medial, right? The boys, when the flight departed, were waiting in line, right in the middle. And then the final, the boys were waiting in line when the flight departed. Okay, in this practice, I will say the past tense clause with when, and you will put it into a complete sentence with a past continuous tense clause. Okay, sounds a little tricky, but it's not bad. Look at this graphic. The boys were waiting in line. The men were checking their bags. Yukiko was using her debit card at the ATM. Raul was having a drink at the bar. Maya was reading a book. Hideo was surfing the World Wide Web, or the web. Okay? Now, I'll say, when the flight departed, and the boys, and you make the sentence. When the flight departed, the boys were waiting in line, or were using their credit card. You get the picture. And here's the second variety. You put the adverb clause at the end. So that becomes, the boys were waiting in line when the flight departed, right? And last variety, right in the middle. The boys, when the flight departed, were waiting in line. A little tricky, but kind of fun. Let's try another one. When the police arrived, the men. First one. When the police arrived, the men were checking their bags. Were having a drink at the bar. Okay? Now let's put it reverse. The men were checking their bags when the police arrived. And let's put it in the middle. The men, when the police arrived, were checking their bags. Okay? Let's try them now. Here we go again. When the flight departed, the boys. When the flight departed, the boys were waiting in line. Perfect. And now? The boys were waiting in line when the flight departed. In the middle? Yeah, the boys, when the flight departed, were waiting in line. Great. Another one? When the police arrived, the men. Yes. When the police arrived, the men were checking their bags. Great. Now reverse them. Precisely. The men were checking their bags when the police arrived. In the middle? Yes, the men, when the police arrived, were checking their bags. That's great. One more. When the alarm went off, Yukiko. When the alarm went off, Yukiko was using her debit card, checking her bags. Okay? And now reverse those. Yes, Yukiko was using her debit card when the alarm went off. And now in the middle? Yeah, Yukiko, when the alarm went off, was using her debit card. Great, and tough. Here's another one. When the bomb scare occurred, Raul. Easy. When the bomb scare occurred, Raul was having a drink at the bar. Reverse them. Perfect. Raul was having a drink at the bar when the bomb scare occurred. And in the middle. A little tough. Raul, when the bomb scare occurred, was having a drink at the bar. And finally, an easy one. When the airport closed, Maya. Okay, when the airport closed, Maya was having a drink at the bar, or Maya was reading a book. Let's reverse those. Maya was reading a book when the airport closed. Beautiful. And now inside. Maya, when the airport closed, was reading a book. That is really good work. Look at this graphic, because here are some verbs that are not used in continuous tenses, present or past. You need to know them, and they're fairly simple and easy to categorize. The following verbs are not normally used in the continuous tenses. So you've got emotions, like hate, like, love, need, want. And then you have verbs of senses, like hear, see, smell, taste. And then you have verbs of, let's say, thoughts. So believe, know, think, understand. In many cases, the restrictions for these verbs are a matter of common use. It's hard to explain these restrictions. It's hard to explain common use, right? Sorry. But the restrictions exist. Okay. Let's try an exercise. And you'll have to discriminate between verbs that can use continuous tenses and the ones I just showed you. So in the exercise, you'll decide if the verb can be used in the past continuous tense, or if it must be restricted to past tense. And remember, the restricted verbs fall into these three categories: emotions, senses, or thoughts. In the exercise in your study guide, you will see sentences which need past tense verbs. Each sentence will have a blank for the correct verb form. The main verb will appear in parentheses. If the verb can be continuous past, write it in that form. If it cannot, simple past. Okay? Here's an example. You will see they blank taste the spaghetti. Taste, verb of sense, be careful, right? So you will write they tasted the spaghetti. No continuous tense with taste. Here's another example. You will see the bankers, blank, treat their clients quite nicely. And you will write, the bankers were treating their clients quite nicely. Okay? Remember, if you can use the verb naturally in the past continuous, then let's use it. Okay? So put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and continue the exercise. I'll see you when you finish. Let's review that exercise. You saw they, a blank, the verb taste, and the spaghetti. And you wrote the sentence, they tasted the spaghetti. Taste is a verb of sense. You can't make a past continuous out of that, or you shouldn't. Next one, the bankers were treating their clients quite nicely. Then Hideo was exchanging his yen when the police arrived. Next, Maria heard the alarm go off. Here is a verb of sense, so we use just past tense. Next, Maria and Yukiko hated the bomb scare at the airport. Verb of emotion, just a past tense. Next, two children were waiting to board their airplane, and the police were evacuating the airport, and they wanted to protect the passengers. Want is one of those emotional things, right? So, simple past. Next, the airport personnel were cleaning the waiting area. And finally, they needed to finish their work before morning. Need, also a desire emotion, simple past. That's good. Hello again. Earlier in learning English, we studied some uses of the verb have. It's a very important verb in English. In this lesson, we will study some more uses for the verb. Look at this illustration. In English, we use have and have got very similarly. Both expressions show possession. We have new checkbooks. We've got new checkbooks. We've got new checkbooks. Raul has a bank account. He's got a bank account. Note these following question forms and their answers. Have you got a new checkbook? Yes, I have. Do you have a new checkbook? Yes, I do. Have you a new checkbook? Yes, I have. Again, has she got a bank account? Yes, she has. Does she have a bank account? Yes, she does. Has she a bank account? Yes, she has. And the negative forms, we haven't got any traveler's checks. We don't have any traveler's checks. We haven't any traveler's checks. And she hasn't got any money. She doesn't have any money. She hasn't any money. All right, two things to remember. In the past, we don't use got. I don't know why. When she was young, Zora had very blonde hair. Have, that's it. And in past questions and negatives, we usually use did, didn't, and have. Right? Past again. We didn't have a car in Cairo. All right. Now, look at the sentences in the graphic. They make use of three forms of have and have got. In questions, has Yukiko got any money? Does she have a bank account? Has she a bank card? In our practice, I'm going to provide a sentence, and your job will be to make three questions just like that. So here's the sentence. Yukiko has a lot of money. And you will make three different questions. Has Yukiko got a lot of money? Does Yukiko have a lot of money? Has Yukiko a lot of money? That's good. Has got, does have, and has. Let's try another one. Hideo has airline tickets to Japan. Has. Has Hideo got airline tickets to Japan? Does Hideo have airline tickets to Japan? And has Hideo airline tickets to Japan? Okay, pretty easy. Now let's try them. Here we go. Yukiko has a lot of money. Has Yukiko got a lot of money? Does Yukiko have a lot of money? Has Yukiko a lot of money? Perfect. Hideo has airline tickets to Japan. Yes. Has Hideo got airline tickets to Japan? Does Hideo have airline tickets to Japan? And has Hideo airline tickets to Japan? Perfect. Let's try these. The passengers have some traveler's checks. Have the passengers got traveler's checks or got any traveler's checks? Do they have any traveler's checks? Yeah, good. And have they any traveler's checks? Perfect. Willie has a new flight bag. Has Willie got a new flight bag? Does he have a new flight bag? And has he a new flight bag? That's good. The police has several bomb detectors. Have the police got any bomb detectors? Good. Do they have any bomb detectors? And have they any bomb detectors? Perfect. The porter has some baggage checks. Has the porter got any baggage checks? Does he have any baggage checks? And has he any baggage checks? Okay, one more. The children have toys for the flight. Have the children got toys for the flight? Great. Do the children have toys for the flight, or do they have toys for the flight? And have they toys for the flight? That's perfect. Good job. In the last couple of lessons, we've used the verb have in some new expressions. Remember, Raul was having a drink at the bar, and the passengers were having breakfast in the cafeteria. Okay, look at the graphic. You'll see several more expressions that we commonly use in English, and they all use the verb have. Have plus things to eat, drink, and smoke. For example, have plus a meal, a beer, a cup of coffee, a snack, a bite to eat, a cigarette. Have plus some action or event. Have plus a walk, a rest, a swim, a vacation, a day off, a great time, a ball, a party. Have a look. And then have a talk, which means to have a chat with somebody, right? Have a baby, to give birth to a baby, and have a good flight, have a good trip, have a pleasant journey. All very common. So let's try an exercise. In this exercise, you must complete sentences using some of these have expressions. You'll see a group of these expressions listed in the graphic. Choose an appropriate expression to complete each sentence. For example, we blank last night. All of the guests enjoyed themselves. Could be completed with the expression had a party or had a ball. Right? We had a ball last night. We had a party last night. Another example. The children returned from the cafeteria. They said that they had a good meal or they had a nice lunch. Pretty easy. All right? Now, pause your program, get your study guide, and continue the exercise. Let's review that exercise. You saw a sentence with a blank, and you picked an appropriate have verb and put it together. So, for example, you saw, we blank last night, all of the guests enjoyed themselves. And you wrote, we had a party last night, all of the guests enjoyed themselves. Or we had a ball, right? Good. Next one. The children returned from the cafeteria. They said that they had a good meal or had a great lunch. Next, Maria and Raul ate in the restaurant, which did not permit smoking. After dinner, Raul had a cigarette outside, or maybe he had a cigar. Hideo likes physical exercise. Every morning, he usually has a swim. The passengers went to the bar to have a drink. Would you like to go to the cafe with me to have a cup of coffee or to have a snack? They heard a loud noise outside the restaurant, so they went outside to have a look. Great. My daughter flew to Paris yesterday. I hope she had a good flight. I hope she had a pleasant journey. Raul and Maria wanted to talk about everything. They went to the garden to have a chat, to have a talk. And finally, I guess Raul wanted to have a talk with her. That's good. Hello. In this lesson, we will take up some very important and very peculiar English adverbs, adverbs of intensity or amount. Intensity means strength or concentration. These are the words too, T-O-O, and very, and enough. Okay? We often use too and very before adjectives in English. We use, this coffee is very hot. And what we mean is, but I can still drink it. It's very hot, but I can still drink it. We use, that coffee is too hot. It's too hot and I can't drink it. We can't drink it. Totally negative. Note, we can imagine a situation where the coffee is very hot and where we might still be able to drink it. We like hot coffee, even very hot coffee. But if the coffee is too hot, forget it. The result is negative. We can't drink it. We'll burn ourselves. All right. Repeat these sentences after me. Remember, speak aloud. The distance is too far to walk. I can't do it. The carton is too heavy for me. I can't lift it. The piano concerto is too hard. She can't play it. The cheese is too strong, the odor. They can't eat it. Good. Now listen carefully to these sentences. Although the coffee is very hot, I can drink it. The food is very spicy. Spicy means piquant. The food is very spicy, but I can still enjoy it. Even though the ladder is very high, she can climb it. The song is very complicated, but she can still sing it. All right, now look at the graphic. When somebody says too, in a sentence like, the car is too heavy, we are already thinking that the situation is or will be negative. Look at this. The car is too heavy for him to lift. The car is too heavy for the old bridge. And here are some more. The car is too old to drive. It's dangerous for somebody. The car is too old to keep. It's worthless for someone. And we see in all of these sentences, when to precedes an adjective, heavy, old, hard, strong, the expected results are negative. Now look at the structural possibilities with to. The situation is too dangerous. To plus an adjective. The skirt is too long for Maya. To plus adjective for someone. The coffee is too hot to drink. To plus adjective, and then a to verb, to drink. And the ice is too cold for him to hold. To plus adjective for somebody, to verb, kind of complicated. All of these combinations are possible, and they're very common. Let's try a practice. And we'll practice with to in situations that are negative. That's right. This is an easy practice. I'll say the end of a to sentence. For example, for Maya to wear. Wear means to put on, clothes, right? For Maya to wear. You'll create the entire sentence with to. So, the skirt was too long for Maya to wear, or the dress was too large for Maya to wear, or the coat. Okay? Here's another one. For Raoul to lift. And you'll say, the box was too large for Raoul to lift, or the carton was too heavy for Raoul to lift. Okay? Here we go. For Maya to wear. That's right. The skirt was too long for Maya to wear. For Raoul to lift. The car was too heavy for Raoul to lift. Great. For you to drink. The coffee is too hot for you to drink. The coffee's too hot for you to drink. For Ersa to sing. Yes, the song was too difficult for Ersa to sing. For him to eat. The food was too spicy for him to eat. Good. For Yukiko to use. The ATM was too busy for Yukiko to use. Or the ATM was too hard for Yukiko to use, too difficult. Good. For Hideo to drive. The car was too old for Hideo to drive. Good. And much too hot for Willie to drink. Yes, the tea was much too hot for Willie to drink. That's good. Now look at the word enough. We use enough in a special way for both negative and positive situations. The verb determines the situation. Enough follows adjectives and adverbs. In these situations, Ersa is not experienced enough to sing the song. However, Maya is experienced enough to sing the song. The kids aren't old enough to go to that movie. Raoul is old enough to go to that movie, though. Now look, enough precedes a noun. Raoul didn't have enough experience to play for the team. Ersa couldn't sing the song because she didn't have enough experience. And Raoul went to the cinema because he had enough maturity. Enough followed by a noun. And then enough can be used without a noun. I'll pour some more coffee if you don't have enough. It means, of course, enough coffee. I'll pour some more coffee if you don't have enough. It looks as though Maya has enough. Same story. Okay? Time for an exercise. In this exercise, you will have a chance to practice writing sentences with enough. You will have to write the answers to the questions you see in the study guide. So, for example, you'll see the question, why can't Maya go to the movie? And the word old in parentheses. And you'll write, she can't go because she's not old enough. It's an R movie or something, right? She can't go because she's not old enough. Here's a second example. Why can't Raoul go on vacation this year? money. Raul can't go on vacation this year because he doesn't have enough money. He hasn't enough money. He hasn't got enough money. Raul can't go because he doesn't have enough money. It's pretty easy. Okay? Now, pause your program, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. Return here afterwards. All right, let's review that exercise. You saw the question, why can't Maya go to the movie? And then the word old in parentheses. And you wrote an enough sentence. She can't go because she's not old enough. The next one, Raul can't go on vacation because he doesn't have enough money. Or he can't go because he doesn't have enough money. Next, we can't sit in the garden because it's not warm enough. Next, they can't join the team because they don't have enough experience. He doesn't want the job because he doesn't have enough time. All right? We didn't stop studying because we didn't learn enough. And we can't lift it because we're not strong enough. Perfect. Hello again. In this lesson, we will take up the future tense. Future means time to come, right? We often use time expressions to signal future tense, just as we use them to signal other tenses. There are two forms of the future tense in English. Look at the first form in this graphic. Form 1, future tense, be plus going to plus verb. Okay, the affirmative, I'm going to order a new pager this evening. She's going to order a cocktail before dinner. They're going to order when they see the waiter. Going to plus verb. Negative, he's not going to order a cocktail this evening. And then yes/no questions. Is she going to make the reservations? Yes, she is. No, she isn't. Pretty easy. Are we going to enjoy ourselves at the restaurant? Going to enjoy? Yes, we are. No, we aren't. And questions with WH words. What is she going to do? She's going to make reservations at the restaurant. Where are we going to eat? At the restaurant on the corner, or we're going to eat at the restaurant on the corner. When are they going to pick us up? At 7 o'clock, or they're going to pick us up at 7 o'clock. Note, these sentences all use contractions. Of course, they may be written in full form. The be plus going to future is used very often in speech. You'll often hear the contracted forms. Now look at the sentences in this graphic. They are also be plus going to, future tenses, but they don't look like it. Notice that there are no two verbs. Look, I'm going to the restaurant tonight. He's going to the restaurant tomorrow. We're not going to the restaurant for lunch. This is just a short form. The main verb go, to go, is missing. Look, we're not going to go to the restaurant for lunch. And we just truncate it, make it short. We're not going to the restaurant. Okay, let's practice orally some of these sentences. And in this practice, I'll give you the action verb and the information. So I'll say, order a cocktail before dinner. And you make the future sentence, right, with be plus going to. and it comes out like this. Tanya is going to order a cocktail before dinner, right? Or negative, Tanya isn't going to order a cocktail before dinner. Pretty easy. Here's another one. Eat lunch at Alfredo's. Tanya's going to eat lunch at Alfredo's. Or Tanya isn't going to eat lunch at Alfredo's. Okay? This should be fun. Here we go. Order a cocktail before dinner. She's going to order a cocktail before dinner. Okay. Eat lunch at Alfredo's. They're going to eat lunch at Alfredo's. Okay. Pick us up for dinner. Boris is going to pick us up for dinner. She's going to pick us up for dinner. Pay the dinner check. Serge is going to pay the dinner check. Go to the restaurant on the corner. They're going to go to the restaurant on the corner. Or they're going to the restaurant on the corner. Yeah. Have an appetizer for lunch. He's going to have an appetizer for lunch. Have a drink at the bar. Tatiana's going to have a drink at the bar. Sit in the no smoking section. We're going to sit in the no smoking section. Beautiful. Now look at this graphic. Form 2, future tense. This one is so easy. Will plus the verb, base form, right? There's no to in this form. Will is used for all persons, so it's very easy. Here's the affirmative. I will make lunch reservations tomorrow. I'll make lunch reservations tomorrow. She'll order from the daily specials on the menu. They'll be at the restaurant at 7:30. Almost always we contract these. Negative. I will not eat at the restaurant tomorrow. Or, I won't eat at the restaurant tomorrow. She won't be at the luncheon tomorrow. They won't order until the other guests arrive. You'll also hear, I'll not order, and they'll not be at the restaurant. Very contracted. Okay, questions? Yes and no. Will you order for all of us? Yes, I will. No, I won't. Will she pick us up at 8 o'clock? Yes, she will. Will they meet us at Alfredo's? No, they won't. And questions with WH words, right? What will you do in the evening? We'll go to a restaurant. Where will she take her guests? She'll take them to Alfredo's. When will we meet Marina? We'll meet her at 7 o'clock. Okay, now note, will is sometimes used as a stronger form than be plus going to. You will also hear, I shall go tomorrow, we shall order in a minute. Shall is usually only used with I and we, and it's a little stronger. It indicates intensity, intention. Yeah. Let's try another practice. And of course, this time, we'll use will plus a verb in the future form. You'll hear, order lunch for all of us. And you'll make the sentence, they will order lunch for all of us. She will order lunch for all of us. Marina will order lunch for all of us. Pretty simple stuff, right? Another one, meet the guests at the restaurant. We will meet the guests at the restaurant, okay? Here we go. Order lunch for all of us. Marina will order lunch for all of us. Perfect. meet the guests at the restaurant. Serge will meet the guests at the restaurant. Pick us up at 7. They will pick us up at 7. Good. Order from the special menu. Tanya will order from the special menu. Take a taxi to the restaurant. I will take a taxi to the restaurant. Have a drink at the bar. Marina will have a drink at the bar. Eat lunch at Alfredo's. They will eat lunch at Alfredo's. Call a waitress to the table. Boris will call a waitress to the table. That's very good. Are we ready for an exercise? Yes. In this exercise, you will practice both forms of the future tense. So you'll see sentences which need future verbs. Use be plus going to and a verb form in the first group. For example, you'll see the visitors blank go to a restaurant tonight, and you'll use going to and write the visitors are going to go to a restaurant tonight, or the visitors are going to a restaurant tonight, the short one, going to illustration. Okay? In the second group, of course, you will use will plus the verb. So you will see we blank go to a restaurant tonight, and you use the will form and write we will go to a restaurant tonight. Easy, huh? Put your program on pause, look at the study guide, and complete the exercise. Return here when you're finished. Let's review that exercise. We used going to and will. First group, going to. The visitors are going to go to a restaurant tonight. Next, Tanya is going to pick us up at 8 o'clock. They are going to order an appetizer with their drink. We are going to have fish for dinner this evening. I am going to meet my friends at Alfredo's tomorrow. Good. And then the second group, you used will and the verb. So you have Professor Hill and Mrs. Zernis will order for everybody. Yukiko will invite Hideo to the party. She will order the entire dinner for both of us. They will take the bus to the restaurant. And the menu on Friday will be a special one. Very good. Hello again. In this lesson, we will compare the two present tense verb uses and the future tense uses. This is really a review lesson. Look at the graphic. Comparing simple present, present continuous, and future verb tenses in English. Affirmative sentences. Maria drives to the office every day. Present tense. In fact, she is driving to the office right now. Present continuous. She's going to drive to the office tomorrow. Future. She will drive to the office all next week. Also future. Now let's look at the negative sentences. Hideo doesn't use his automobile very often. Present. Yukiko isn't using hers at the moment. Present continuous. They're not going to use hers on the trip. Future. And they probably won't use his on the trip either. The other future. In many cases, time expressions signal verb tense. Words like everyday, daily signal present tense. Now you know, by heart, signals ing forms continuous. And tomorrow, and next week are future signals. So let's do a little practice. We'll practice these forms aloud, and I'll make affirmative statements. You make the statement negative. It's very easy, but it's good practice. So, she drives to school on Mondays. You make it negative. She doesn't drive to school on Mondays, right? They are taking the expressway to Boston. They aren't taking the expressway to Boston. Okay? Here we go. She drives to school on Mondays. She doesn't drive to school on Mondays. Perfect. They are taking the expressway to Boston. They aren't taking the expressway to Boston. That's right. Hideo will buy new tires for his car next week. Yes, Hideo won't buy new tires for his car next week. Maya is going to ride to work with Yukiko. Yeah, the negative, Maya isn't going to ride to work with Yukiko. The students are learning to drive in their high school. Negative, the students are not learning to drive in their high school. Yukiko is taking driving lessons. Okay, she isn't taking driving lessons, or Yukiko isn't taking driving lessons. Many people in the suburbs drive to work every day. Yes, and many people in the suburbs don't drive to work every day. Perfect, and a good job. Now take a look at the graphic. Yes/no questions are quite simple. By now you should be experts. Look at these present tense statements. Yukiko usually rides to work with Tanya. Does Yukiko usually ride to work with Tanya? Question form. They usually drive to work on the expressway. Do they usually drive to work on the expressway? Simple present tense. Does for singular, do for plurals. Now, look at the other tenses. You are driving on the wrong side of the center line now. He is going to take driving lessons tomorrow. The students will learn to drive in high school. And these all make question forms the same way by inversion. So, you are driving becomes, are you driving? The next one, is he going to take driving lessons? And will the students learn to drive in high school? Now, look at the comparisons in this graphic. Note that these WH questions also use does and do for simple present questions, and the subject verb inversion for the other tenses. What car do you usually drive? Present tense, right? What are you doing? Present continuous. And what are you going to do tomorrow night? Future. Or what will you do next Monday? Future. And look at the other WH question words. When do you usually drive to work? Where are they driving in such a rush? Why are they going to ride in the back seat? And which car will they drive to Boston? All right? I'd say it's time for an exercise. In this exercise, you will write the WH questions for each statement. Each sentence in your study guide will have a few words underlined. The underlined words signal which WH question word you should use. You must write the WH word question. Okay? Look at this graphic. Yukiko usually drives to work every day. Drives is underlined. It's the action word. So the WH word is what? What does Yukiko usually do every day? Hideo is riding with Yukiko to save energy. To save energy is underlined. It's a reason, an explanation. So the question word is why. Why is Hideo riding with Yukiko? To save energy. She's going to drive to Boston on Monday. On Monday is underlined, signaling time when. So the question, when is she going to drive to Boston? And finally, they will drive to Boston next week. To Boston is underlined, that's a place or a location, so the where question word is appropriate. Where will they drive next week? Pretty good, huh? Okay, so put your program on pause, look at your study guide, and please do the exercise. Come back here and we'll review it. Let's review that exercise. You saw Yukiko usually drives to work every day, and drives was underlined. So you knew you needed to use the what question word. And when you made the question, you wrote, what does Yukiko usually do every day? Next one. Why is Hideo riding with Yukiko? Remember, to save energy, wrote. Next one. When is she going to drive to Boston? Where will they drive next week? What are they doing now? When will they practice driving? Where does Maya ride with Yukiko? Where are they going to look? Why will they drive to Boston? And what do you never do? Good. Hello. In this lesson, we will consider some special uses of the auxiliary verb will. We will learn more auxiliary verbs as we proceed. Sometimes they're called modal auxiliaries. They modify the verb, basically. Look at this diagram. We use the modal auxiliary will in the following situations. Requests, will you open the door, please? Will you cash this traveler's check for me? We use them for offers. We'll gladly help you with your bags. We will. We'll gladly help you with your bags. I'll leave the light on for your return. And promises. I'll write as soon as I arrive in London. We'll repay this loan as soon as possible. Notice, sometimes parents or superiors make offers for children or others like, Mary will help you with your bags, won't you, Mary? Sometimes will is used to show a clear decision or volition. I have made my final decision. I will go to London next week. Okay? A practice. Let's put some of these uses of will to work. In this practice, I'll give you clues for making requests. I'll say, give me some information. And you use will and make a request like, will you please give me some information? Or will you give me some information, please? Another example, I'll say, open the door for them. And you'll say, will you please open the door for them? Or will you open the door for them, please? Okay, let's try some of these. Give me some information. Will you give me some information, please? Good. Open the door for them. Will you please open the door for them? Great. Sing a song for us. Will you sing a song for us, please? Good. Help me open a bank account. Will you please help me open a bank account? Print this letter for me. Will you print this letter for me, please? Withdraw $500 from my savings account. Will you please withdraw $500 from my savings account? Shut the door after you leave. Will you please shut the door after you leave? Good. Mail this letter for me. Will you mail this letter for me, please? That's great. Now, look at the sentences in this graphic. These sentences demonstrate or show some expressions which are very common with the verb will. In a sense, these sentences show how we predict events in the future. Predict means guess or think about. So the idea of future is very important. All persons, right? It, they, you, he, etc. The year will probably be a happy one. The year will probably be a happy one. She'll probably drive to Boston. Now here's another one, restricted to I and we. I'm sure you will like the job. Or I'm sure that you will like the job. We're certain that you'll like him. And I expect the company will profit from it. Or we expect that she'll arrive tomorrow. Or we expect she'll arrive tomorrow. Now here's another one, restricted to I and you. I think he'll win the election easily. Do you think he'll win the election easily? Now let's practice a few of these expressions. I'll give you information and expressions to use, and you'll make the sentences. Look at the graphic for the forms. I'm sure that, or I'm certain that, we're sure or we're certain, then I expect or we expect, I think or we think. Okay? So I'll say, play tennis. What will they do tomorrow? Think. You'll say, I think they'll play tennis tomorrow. Good. Okay? Let's try these. Play tennis. What will they do tomorrow? Think. I think they'll play tennis tomorrow. Or we think they'll play tennis tomorrow. To Boston. Where will they go Monday? Expect. I expect they'll go to Boston on Monday. Perfect. By Tuesday. When will they return? Think. Good. I think they'll return by Tuesday. Go skiing. What will he do? Certain. I'm certain he'll go skiing. Yeah. Or sure. I'm sure he'll go skiing. Take a taxi. What will she do? Sure. I'm sure she'll take a taxi. That's a good job. Now let's write some sentences which contain these expressions and the auxiliary verb will. An exercise. In this exercise, you'll see questions and expression cues. You will write the answer to the questions using the proper cues, just as we did in the last practice. So you will see, what will they do tomorrow? Take a ride? Probably. So you'll write, they'll probably take a ride tomorrow. They will. They'll probably take a ride tomorrow. Another example, you'll see, when will they leave? By 10 a.m., expect. And you'll write, I expect they'll leave by 10 a.m. Not bad, huh? Pause your program, look at the study guide, and continue the exercise. Then return here. Let's review sentences with the auxiliary verb will. You saw information like, what will they do tomorrow? Take a ride? Probably. And you made the sentence. They'll probably take a ride tomorrow. Or they will probably take a ride tomorrow. Good. Next one. I expect they'll leave by 10 a.m. I'm certain they'll stay at the Ritz. They'll probably say nothing. I'm sure they'll write it by Tuesday, and I expect it will take place at the airport. And finally, I think they'll want to return. Very good job. Hello again. In this lesson, we'll continue our use of auxiliary verbs, or modal verbs. May and might are the two verbs. And we'll also look at the adverb maybe. Notice that maybe is one word. Listen to these three short sentences. The children may go to the movie tomorrow. Rebecca might work in a bank. Maybe the mail carrier will deliver the letter today. Listen once more. The children may go to the movie tomorrow. May is the modal or helping verb. May go to the movie. Rebecca might work in a bank. Might is also a modal. Might work. Maybe the mail carrier will deliver the letter today. And maybe, single word adverb at the beginning of a sentence. Okay. Now, this diagram explains the use of these words. In English, we use these three words to express possibility. These words can also involve the idea of future time. So look at may. Louis may go to the soccer game later or tomorrow, right? It may snow next month. The children may be in class tomorrow. The children may be in class now, today. May plus the verb can be used for both present and future. Take a look at might. Louis might go to the soccer game tomorrow. It might snow next month. The children might be in class tomorrow. The children might be in class now. Might plus verb also for both present and future. Now look at maybe. Maybe Louis will go to the soccer game tomorrow. Maybe the children will be in class tomorrow. Maybe it will snow next month. Maybe it is going to snow next month. Maybe it will snow next month. Maybe it will verb. Maybe it going to plus verb. Maybe it is going to snow next month. It's important to distinguish between the auxiliary verb phrase, may, and the verb be, and the single word adverb maybe. In normal speech, the adverb maybe is pronounced without a pause. The verb phrase may be contains a slight pause. So, maybe it will snow tomorrow, no pause, right? And it may be a snowy day tomorrow. Okay. These words are commonly used in everyday English conversation. Now look at the questions. What will Louis do in the morning? What is Rebecca going to do next week? What are you going to do Sunday? What will they do if it rains Saturday? Two things are important about these simple questions. They use both future tense forms, will and going to, and they can all be answered with these three favorite expressions of ours using may, might, and the adverb maybe. So, what will Louis do in the morning? Answer, he may play soccer. What is Rebecca going to do next week? She might dine at a restaurant. What are you going to do Sunday? Maybe I'll stay home. And what will they do if it rains Saturday? They might bring the picnic indoors. Indoors means inside the house, right? Okay? All right, let's try practice. This practice is really very simple. I'll ask a question and give you information for the answer. You answer it, but use may or might or the adverb maybe at the beginning. Okay? For example, what are you going to do tomorrow? Dine at a restaurant. I might dine at a restaurant, or I may dine at a restaurant. How about this? What is Louis going to do next week? Go to Chile. Maybe he's going to go to Chile next week. Okay, let's try it. What are you going to do tomorrow? I may dine at a restaurant. Perfect. What is Louis going to do next week? Maybe he's going to go to Chile. Okay. What are they going to do tonight? They might play the piano, or they may play the piano. Right. What will you do at the office? I may exchange some traveler's checks. Or maybe I'll exchange some traveler's checks. What are we going to do if it rains? Yes, maybe we'll evacuate the area. What will the mail carrier do? He might carry a raincoat. What are they going to do Sunday? Maybe they'll drive to Boston. That's great. All right, let's do an exercise. In this writing exercise, you'll have a chance to write sentences using our favorite expressions. For this exercise, however, limit your sentences so that you use future time expressions, like tomorrow, next week, tonight, this afternoon. So use may, use might, and use maybe with will or going to. You'll see dine at Alfredo's, and you'll write, I may dine at Alfredo's next week. You'll see take a driving examination or test, right? You'll write, maybe Louis is going to take a driving examination next month. Okay? Good. Pause your program, look at your study guide, and complete the exercise. Let's review this exercise with may, might, and maybe. You saw the information dine at Alfredo's, and you used the modals or the adverb maybe to construct the sentence. So, I may dine at Alfredo's next week, you wrote, or I might dine at Alfredo's next week. Next one, maybe Louis is going to take a driving examination next month. We might open a savings account tomorrow. She may deliver the mail this afternoon. They might exchange some money tomorrow. Maybe we'll order a drink at the bar tonight. We might have an appetizer with our cocktails tonight. They may go to the no smoking section this afternoon. Maybe Hideo and Yukiko will get married next month. We might do exercise 25 correctly next week. Very good.